Chapter 127. Lu Dong's expression changed. He instantly kicked out with one leg and viciously kicked the bandit chief's stomach. His body also shot out explosively. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Zhao Jing's expression also changed. Who cares what kind of cultivation technique it is? Just kill it. Although Lu Dong was also surprised, through the short exchange of blows, he judged that the bandit chief's strength was not as strong as he had imagined. He should also be a third-rate expert, at most slightly stronger than him. With Zhao Jing assisting from the side and Channel Leader Wu's attack, he felt much more at ease. Before this, Ziyue's warning had flashed through his mind. However, at this moment, when he saw Channel Leader Wu continuously casting spells and landing them on the bandit chief's body, the doubts in his heart were all gone. He no longer held back when he attacked. His body movement, speed, strength moves. At this moment, all of them were raised to a new level. In addition to the cooperation between Zhao Jing and Channel Leader Wu, they actually suppressed the bandit chief in a short period of time. In the distance, Ziyue's face revealed a trace of doubt. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Was there really no problem with Channel Leader Wu? However, he had seen and experienced with his own eyes that the bandit chief's disciple had helped the Ghost Head stronghold purchase military equipment. Previously, when they attacked the stronghold, they even enjoyed the attack of the military equipment. That's right, in the Ghost Head stronghold. Is there another bandit chief's martial uncle? Who is his martial uncle? Is it the bandit chief? Or... Ziyue quickly thought in his mind. There was no doubt that the bandit chief's martial uncle was a cultivator of the immortal method. However, looking at the many Ghost Head stronghold people fighting in the field, none of them showed the skills of a cultivator of the immortal method. However, there was one thing that Ziyue was certain of. There was definitely a problem with Channel Leader Wu. Mount Ziyue, what are you thinking about? With a stern shout, Tong Zhan turned his saber and blocked a bandit from the Ghost Head stronghold who was charging towards Ziyue. It's nothing, Ziyue responded. He knew that there was no point in overthinking it. His figure flashed, and the saber light flashed. He joined forces with Tong Zhan to kill this bandit who had reached the level of external forging of muscles and bones. Dong! With a loud bang, a wolf-tooth club ruthlessly smashed on his Su Ming's long blade. A powerful force gushed out, along with the power of vibration, directly pouring in, causing Su Ming's expression to change. His internal organs had suffered a shock. This was a bandit with a sturdy body that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He held a huge mace in his hand, and his strength was terrifyingly strong. Most importantly, every time he swung the mace, there would be a hidden force that would rush out like a tide, wreaking havoc and destroying his opponent's internal organs. Heart-piercing hammer technique. Zhou, who was standing in the distance, had a glint in his eyes. He quickly recognized this hammering technique. Compared to the Iron Lady's technique, this bandit's chi and blood were thicker. He was a true martial artist who had refined his 5 internal organs. Naturally, his strength was stronger and his force was more terrifying. The power of his strike was also more tyrannical. Dong! Another wolf-tooth club fell. Even though Su Ming used his saber to block it, he could not withstand the surging force in his body. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! The sturdy bandit glared, and his aura was astonishing. The third hammer fell instantly. Not good. Su Ming took a deep breath and wanted to retreat. However, when the force flowed to his heart and lungs, the pain of his damaged internal organs immediately caused his chi and blood to disperse. His force was also weakened by more than half. Even if he wanted to retreat, it was too late. While he was in despair, he suddenly saw a saber light shoot over from afar like a bolt of lightning. That burly bandit was alert and hurriedly dodged. He saw that the long saber was like a sharp arrow, piercing deeply into a wall and piercing through it. From his position, he could even see that the saber had pierced deeply into a wooden stake on the other side of the wall. Zhang Xian turned around, only to see a figure rushing toward him empty-handed. You're courting death. The sturdy bandit laughed sinisterly. He turned his wolf-tooth club and struck down directly. Humph! Ziyue's expression did not change. At this moment, his hands were as white as jade. There was a sparkling light flashing over his hands. Heaven-binding hands. His hands were like flowers and the moon as they landed on the wolf-tooth club at an extreme speed. Ziyue had long known that the heart-piercing hammer technique was a rare martial technique. In particular, the method of transmitting force through one's heart was quite mysterious. Naturally, he had studied it in his spare time. Now, although he had not mastered the heart-piercing hammer technique, in fact, he had not practiced it at all. However, he had some understanding of the method of transmitting force. He was also relatively familiar with the moves of the heart-piercing hammer technique. In addition, although the wolf-tooth club had a terrifying force, it was not a sharp weapon. Therefore, Ziyue dared to use his hands to receive the attack. The terrifying force surged in, but it was dissolved by Ziyue's hands. The heart-piercing force, which could break through one's internal organs, was weakened by him layer by layer until only one layer was left. With a muffled groan, Ziyue's expression did not change at all. Instead, his body moved closer. A flawless white hand passed over the wolf-tooth club and gently patted on the sturdy bandit's chest. Boom! His strength surged violently, and only at this moment did he suddenly burst out. Crack! The sturdy bandit's chest suddenly caved in. The surging force was like a sharp thorn, smashing his skin and flesh, which had been trained to be incomparably tough, into minced meat. The bandit's body flew backwards at this moment. The heaven-binding hand was not just a binding martial technique. In fact, it was a terrifying palm technique. All the force he had exerted before was for this final attack. The perfect level of the heaven-coiling hand allowed by Ziyue's usage of this martial skill to reach the pinnacle. It had even far surpassed the level of his master, Lu Dong. Even though his strength was still inferior, it was more natural and transparent when the force surged. The might that could be unleashed with the same amount of strength would naturally be more powerful. Dong! The heavy mace fell to the ground, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from the bandit's mouth. Heaven-binding hand! Su Ming's eyes lit up, but a trace of shock flashed in his heart. He recognized Ziyue's technique. It was the famous technique of the gang's inner sect master, Lu Dong. However, Ziyue's technique was a little too powerful in his eyes. If Ouyang was not mistaken, Bai Ziyue was only at the outer forging level, whereas this bandit was at the inner refining level. His strength was higher than Ouyang's. However, even with such strength, he was still easily sent flying by Ziyue. Could it be that Ziyue's strength had already surpassed his? Su Ming felt an inexplicable, complicated feeling. Ziyue's speed of growth had far exceeded his expectations. Of course, his actions were not slow either. The moment the bandit was sent flying, he turned his feet and instantly caught up with him. The moment the bandit fell, he ruthlessly stabbed with his saber. Blood spurted out. The bandit grunted. His body trembled slightly, and then he completely stopped moving. Uncle Ming, are you all right? Ziyue looked at Su Ming. The bloodstain at the corner of his mouth was quite obvious. I'm fine. It doesn't affect my movements. Su Ming shook his head as he spoke. Ziyue nodded and did not ask any more questions. An injury to the heart and lungs would at most affect one's strength. It should not affect one's movements. Immediately after, he turned his gaze. He immediately discovered that the ground was littered with corpses. Other than the battles between inner forging level experts, there were very few sporadic battles. Only in the depths of a stronghold could he occasionally hear the sounds of battle. In the battle between inner forging level experts, the situation gradually became clear. A total of 5 outer forging level experts surrounded the Clearwind stronghold chief. Even though his strength had reached the inner forging level, he had just broken through. His aura was still unstable, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. There were countless saber and sword wounds, and he was in imminent danger. On the other side, Yang Jingling's strength was already stronger than the 3rd stronghold chief of the Ghost Head stronghold. With the help of the Yang family guards who were at the peak of inner forging level, he quickly stabbed his spear into the neck of the diamond god Wu Yong, killing him. On the other hand, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. The magical sword Lu Zhiping's strength was naturally far from being a match for stained hand Liu and young General Su He. However, his movements were exquisite and his swordsmanship was nimble. He was always able to avoid a fatal blow by a hair's breadth. As a result, he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, anyone could see that as time passed, his defeat and death were inevitable, and the opportunity had arrived. After Yang Zhengling killed the third stronghold chief, Wu Yong, he did not hesitate and immediately stabbed his spear at Lu Zhiping. His speed was extremely fast. Chance! At this moment, the divine sword Li Yu's eyes lit up. He pressed his hands together, and in an instant, it was as if countless hands were streaking through the air, quickly reaching for the divine sword Lu Zhiping. Su He, who was standing at the side, did not say anything unnecessary. The long spear in his hand spun and stabbed out silently. A strong sense of danger made Lu Zhiping's heart feel extremely alert. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer and let out a fierce roar. Senior brother. This senior brother was like a signal. In an instant, he suddenly let go of the sword in his hand. However, the long sword did not fall as expected. Instead, it paused for a moment and then started to vibrate violently. A strong wave of mind power that was far stronger than that of an ordinary warrior surged out from Lu Zhiping's body. Whoosh! The long sword suddenly turned and followed an inexplicable trajectory, directly slashing towards the divine sword Li Yu's exquisite hands. Mind power, sword manipulation. Are you an immortal master? Before Li Yu could say anything, Yang Zhengling, who was rushing over, exclaimed in shock. He had interacted with the other party for some time, but he did not realize that the other party was actually a cultivator of the immortal way. What a divine sword. Indeed, there are only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. As Liu the Stained Hand spoke, his body suddenly stopped. Then he pulled back his feet and his body flashed. He actually retreated at an even faster speed than when he was approaching. Chapter 128. However, the sword seemed to have the ability to track him, and it followed him like a shadow. As a last resort, Liu's inner strength surged in an instant, and a special force spread across the surface of his body. Inner strength protection. Boom! With a slight slash, the long sword easily pierced through Liu's inner strength protection and directly cut into his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. On the other side, the more they fought, the stranger Lu Dong's expression became. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. He realized that although the head chieftain's movements and mannerisms were no different from an ordinary person's, his condition seemed to be very different from a human's. After fighting for a long time, his weapon had landed on his opponent's body no less than 10 times, and some places could even be considered as vital points. However, his opponent did not seem to be affected at all. He did not feel pain at all, and his combat strength did not weaken much. What made his heart sink the most was that no matter where his attack landed on his opponent's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out. He's not human. Lu Dong was horrified. How could he not know that the person he was fighting was not the head chieftain of the Ghost Head Chieftain, but a corpse, a zombie? Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the remarkable swordsman Lu Zhiping shout from afar, and he immediately became alert. The zombie he was fighting could not be his senior brother. So who could Lu Zhiping's senior brother be? Lu Dong's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, Ziyue's warning naturally appeared in his mind. However, he only realized it now, but it was still too late. Just as he was about to move, a small, watery sword shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. It was at this moment that Taoist Wudong finally revealed his fangs. His first move was extremely vicious and vicious. Master, be careful. In the distance, Ziyue let out a shout. Inner strength protection. Lu Dong was indeed one of the rare third-rate masters in Qingatown. He reacted instantly and hurriedly activated his inner strength. Moreover, even though it was too late for him to dodge, he still adjusted his body in an instant. His body did not move, but his chest suddenly shrank. His flesh and blood were crushed, and he became shorter. Poof! There was a tremor. The small sword easily tore through Lu Dong's internal energy protection, and then directly pierced through his chest, completely piercing through. Humph! He let out a muffled groan. Thanks to his timely reaction, he was able to avoid certain death from the surprise attack of the magic tool this time. The place where the small sword had pierced through was only half an inch away from his heart. Half an inch was the difference between life and death. Even Ziyu, in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. However, Daoist Wudong's attack to kill him. Roar! Lu Dong didn't even have time to catch his breath before the originally silent, refined corpse suddenly let out a loud roar. Its originally pale, white appearance instantly turned into a copper color. Bronze-armored corpse. This was a bronze-armored corpse that was far superior to the iron corpse that Ziyu killed in terms of physical strength and strength. It was not until then that it revealed its true form under the control of Daoist Wudong. The bronze-armored corpse slightly crushed the ground. Under the powerful force, the ground collapsed slightly. Then, like an agile ape, it pounced directly in front of Lu Dong with a strong gust of wind. An iron rod smashed down at an incomparably fast speed. At the same time, Daoist Wudong in the distance waved his hand slightly again. The small sword turned into a stream of light again and pierced forward. Daoist Wudong's attack was extremely fast, one move after another, and he did not give Lu Dong any time to catch his breath. Lu Dong, who was already injured, could not dodge this pincer attack. Daoist Wudong. Lu Dong clenched his teeth and let out a stern cry. Faced with this situation of certain death, he also displayed his ruthlessness. Even if he died, he would tear off a layer of his opponent's skin. The remaining spiritual power in his body surged and was channeled into the piercer in his hand. As for his hands, they turned into a blur as he rapidly fiddled with them. Without thinking, he actually gained some sort of enlightenment in his heart. It was as if all the troubles and doubts he had about the heaven-binding technique had disappeared at this moment. He had obtained an answer. The parts that had been stagnant when he used it also dissipated in an instant. There were no obstructions, and it was smooth and smooth. Perfection. Lu Dong's face was filled with joy. He knew in his heart that in this life and death situation, his potential had erupted, and he had directly cultivated the heaven-binding hands to the perfection stage. In an instant, his understanding and application of the heaven-binding technique had risen to another level. As he fiddled, his strength was more restrained, but the power that was channeled into the piercer was even more terrifying. Unfortunately, it's too late. He sighed softly. If he had cultivated the heaven-binding technique to perfection before the extermination of the bandits, he would not have ended up like this. In the end, Lu Dong's hands relaxed and stretched out at the same time. Then, he gently pushed the piercers back. Boom! With a loud explosion, the piercer immediately turned into a swift-flowing light and shot out. After doing all this, Lu Dong's face finally calmed down. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and faced death calmly. Poof! Lu Dong's head was directly smashed by the iron rod. At the same time, Daoist Wudong's Dharma artifact dagger pierced Lu Dong's back like a bolt of lightning and directly pierced through his heart. In an instant, Lu Dong was dead. Master! Ziyue's heart trembled. He could not believe his eyes. His master was dead? Leader, the other disciples of the Scorching Sun gang also exclaimed in disbelief. For the first time, they thought of retreating. Left Guardian Zhao Jing, who was in the middle of the battlefield, fled the moment Lu Dong was attacked. Daoist Wudong was the head chieftain of the Ghost Head stronghold. Zhao Jing was extremely shocked and lost the courage to fight. Even his leader, who was far more powerful than him, was killed in an instant. He did not think that he would be of any use if he continued to stay. Although Lu Dong was dead, the piercer he shot out at the last moment pierced the copper-armored corpse's head in an instant. Poof! Without any resistance, the piercer pierced through the zombie's head and went deep into its skull. Bam! The copper-armored corpse's hard and heavy body fell heavily to the ground. It was dead. Zombies had strong bodies, but their heads were also their weak points. After being pierced by Lu Dong's piercer, it was naturally dead. Lu Dong, channel leader Wu Dao's smug face was instantly filled with endless anger. The copper-armored corpse was dead. The copper-armored corpse that he had painstakingly spent over 20 years to refine, and he had spent countless resources to do so. But now it was dead. At this moment, he was filled with endless arrogance. Channel leader Wu Dao, if I'm not wrong, you should be the real chief of the Ghost Head Stronghold. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. A voice could be heard all of a sudden. Faced with the powerful second chief and chief of the Ghost Head Stronghold who had suddenly revealed their thunderous methods, the young general named Su, his expression remained calm. He said, I originally thought that I wouldn't have to use these things, but now it seems that Lord Li's foresight is godly. As he spoke, he quickly fished out a ring-like object from his bosom. The inner strength in his body was rapidly depleted like water. At this moment, the ring-like object in his hand emitted an extremely clear light. This is... Oh no! Lu Zhiping's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he immediately fled in the direction of channel leader Wu Dao. Spirit restriction ring-like. Channel leader Wu Dao's expression also turned extremely ugly in an instant. The spirit restriction ring-like was a secret military weapon that was specially made to deal with people who cultivated immortal methods. Once it was used, the spiritual energy of people who cultivated immortal methods within a certain range would be restricted. Because of the restriction of spiritual energy, it would be difficult for Dharma weapons, spells, and other means to be effective. It was already considered good if they could use up to 30% of their strength. It was also considered an important weapon of the military. He did not expect that this young General Su, he would carry one with him. You still want to escape after injuring me? The moment Lu Zhiping turned to flee, the voice of Liu, whose shoulder was heavily injured, suddenly lowered. Then, he moved his feet and quickly flew past. Almost in an instant, he rushed in front of Lu Zhiping. A slightly rough hand slowly reached out. At the same time, the long spear in Yang Zhengling's hand moved quickly. In an instant, it blocked Lu Zhiping's path. Senior brother, save me, Lu Zhiping roared. He would rather rush toward Yang Zhengling's long spear than touch Liu's hand. This was because he knew very well that in the face of Yang Zhengling's long spear, he would at most be stabbed. However, once he was touched by Liu's hand, his body would no longer be under his control. His life and death would also be controlled by the other party. You can't escape, Liu snorted. His speed, which was already extremely fast, increased by a large margin. He grabbed Lu Zhiping's arm with all his might. Immediately afterward, a series of phantoms flashed past his body. Lu Zhiping only felt that he was like a small boat that had encountered stormy waves on the sea. He had the ability to control the boat, but he couldn't control the direction at all. Then he felt that his neck was tightened and an endless force of oppression kept pouring in. Master, he opened his mouth, only to hear a crack. His neck was broken. Casually throwing away Lu Zhiping's body, Liu's body moved again. Like lightning, he directly rushed toward Chief Wu. The Ghost Head Stronghold's head stronghold chief was their true target. Chapter 129. Humph! Elder Wutong snorted coldly and waved his hand, causing the trembling sword to fly backward. Since his junior brother had asked for help, he naturally did what he could. However, the spirit-restricting hoop had a certain effect on his Dharma artifact. In the end, he was a step too late and failed to save his junior brother. However, in the face of Liu, who was rushing towards him, his face did not change in the slightest. He reached into his bosom and took out a cloth banner. The soul amassing banner. It was different from the soul amassing banner that Ziyue had obtained from Zhang Yuchang. The soul amassing banner in Elder Wudong's hand was not only made of better materials, but it also contained a more terrifying Yin energy. The soul amassing banner trembled slightly, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Under the shroud of Yin Qi, countless Yin souls appeared. Even Liu could not help but pause in the face of the countless Een souls. He was naturally not afraid of a single Een soul, but he did not dare to underestimate a large number of Een souls gathered together. However, Elder Wudong's expression quickly changed. He waved his hand, and the countless Een souls that had appeared quickly retreated. You are indeed a disciple of the Corpse Ghost sect. However, it is too late for you to recall them now. Sui's expression did not change. A large and sturdy talisman with a shocking spiritual pressure had appeared in his hand. The material of this talisman was not the 100 stacks of paper that Ziyue had used to draw talismans. Instead, it was a special kind of animal skin. The animal skin itself had a shocking spiritual nature, far surpassing that of the 100 stacks of paper. Naturally, it could contain a greater amount of power. Obviously, this talisman was not simple. So he did not do anything, but the talisman instantly shot out. In the void, a shocking aura immediately brewed. The surging power of thunder and lightning was like the roar of an angry dragon. The oppressive aura caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Righteous 5 Thunder Talisman. Boom! Countless lightning bolts instantly intertwined and struck down. In an instant, countless Een souls and ghosts were scattered amidst the cries of ghosts. No matter how strong the Een spirit was, under the effect of the lightning, it was completely useless. Daoist Wudong's expression changed when he saw that the lightning seemed to be tracking him. His spirit force surged, and the soul-gathering flag in his hand flew up. Endless Een energy spread out and covered an area of dozens of meters. A pained expression flashed across his face. Daoist Wudong took advantage of this opportunity to flee toward the entrance of the stronghold. Wu Daozhang's speed was extremely astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed dozens of meters. However, very soon, his figure came to a halt. He actually turned back in an instant and directly flew towards Bai Ziyue, who was at the side. Spell Spirit Eye Technique. Under the shroud of Een Shi, no one could see anything. Ziyue couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unease. He quickly cast the Spirit Eye spell. In the blink of an eye, everything in the surroundings was in his eyes. At the same time, he saw Channel Master Wu Dao rushing towards him at high speed. His opponent's eyes were cold and filled with endless murderous intent. From afar, there was an aura that seemed to have locked onto him. Oh no! Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. He immediately retreated. Die! A sparkling small sword turned into a stream of light and shot directly towards Ziyue. Ziyue's body shook, and a layer of transparent light film instantly condensed. Then, he felt that it was not safe, so he quickly pulled out the scroll and tapped lightly. In the blink of an eye, a swordsman appeared directly in front of Ziyue. As soon as the swordsman appeared, his figure flashed and his whole body turned into a sharp sword, slashing down. Bang! The small sword trembled, but the light flashed again and turned into a stream of light, directly entering the swordsman's body. Puff! The swordsman's body paused, and the spiritual light suddenly dissipated. The sparkling small sword did not stop and shot out again. But at this time, Ziyue had already tapped lightly on the scroll, and 2 eagle directly blocked in front of Ziyue. The small sword pierced through the 2 eagle, and the moment the eagle dissipated, it was nailed to the divine light shield. The divine light shield trembled slightly and blocked it. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he raised his head and saw that Wu Daozhang was already very close to him. He said in a cold voice, "You really killed Yu Chang, he knew?" Ziyue's body shook, but his mouth was tightly pursed, and he continued to retreat. Boom! An ice arrow shot out and hit Ziyue's divine light shield. The divine light shield trembled, and with a crack, it finally shattered. But at the same time, the ice arrow also shattered and lost its power. Dong! Feeling a wooden wall on his back, Bai Ziyue leaped up and channeled his force into his body. Bang! The wooden wall shattered, and his body broke through the wall. Wu Daozhang, who was about to continue chasing, suddenly trembled. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul-amassing banner was a magic tool connected to his mind. At this moment, it finally could not withstand the continuous bombardment of thunder and lightning, and was shattered. Naturally, he did not feel good. I'll spare your life for now. With a groan, Wu Daozhong knew that he had lost the opportunity to attack again. He looked at Ziyue unwillingly, but in the end, he did not continue to chase. His body turned again, and he rushed out of the gate of the stronghold. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning continued to strike. The soul-amassing banner's body was shattered, and the Yin soul in it was naturally annihilated. Without any support, the Yin Qi that had been shrouding the area gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Everyone looked at the messy scene with awe. Thunder technique. This was the power of the thunder technique. Even though it was only a lightning talisman, its power was still terrifyingly strong. In the end, we still let him escape. Liu said unwillingly. This time, their preparations could not be said to be insufficient. However, no one could have expected that the real chief of the Ghost Head stronghold was Wu Daozhong, who had been by their side all this time. It's okay. No matter what, the Ghost Head stronghold has been destroyed, and Wu Daozhong is now a rootless duckweed. He won't be much of a threat. Young General Su, he waved his hand and said, as if he did not care. When Yang Zhengling saw this, he opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Li Yu was a third-rate master, and although Su He's strength was inferior, he had many tricks up his sleeve. His identity was obviously not ordinary, and naturally, he was not afraid of Wu Daozhong. However, he was the guardian of Qingatown. Once Wu Daozhong wreaked havoc, he would not be able to stop him. Sir Yang, you don't have to worry. Wu Daozhong is obviously the disciple of the Corpse Ghost sect. Now that his refined corpse is dead, and the soul-gathering banner used to control ghosts is broken, his 10th level strength has been reduced by 80%. He won't be much of a threat. As if he saw the hesitation on Yang Zhengling's face, Su He explained with a relaxed expression. I can only hope so. Yang Zhengling nodded and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He immediately organized his men to thoroughly clean up and investigate the Ghost Head stronghold. Mao Zi, are you okay? The sky was clear, and Su Ming, Tong Zhan, and the others naturally saw Ziyue's sorry figure. They quickly went up and asked, Yes, what happened just now? Qin Xiaoping also asked with a nervous expression. They were not far from Ziyue, although they could not see, and even their ears were a little fuzzy because of the Yin Qi. They could still feel that there was a shocking aura that exploded around them. Nothing. Ziyue shook his head with a complicated expression. He ignored them and quickly walked in the direction of his master. 3 days later, in Ziyue's courtyard, there was a knock on the door. Senior brother Liu, what are you doing? Ziyue said and looked at senior brother Lu Heng in surprise. Bye, Shitty. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Lu Heng said with a calm expression. I came with the sect leader. Now that the sect leader is gone, I naturally have to go back to my hometown. Did they say something? Ziyue frowned and asked. He knew that his master had descendants, but they were all in Wujiang County. This time, since his master had died, they naturally had to come over. However, his master's 2 sons were extremely repulsed by him and Lu Heng. They were not even allowed to interfere with the funeral. Therefore, he had to leave after burning an incense stick at the funeral. Haha, I'm just an outsider. Lu Heng shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this. I plan to leave today. I originally wanted to leave like this, but after thinking about it, I decided to give this to you. As he spoke, Lu Heng handed a wooden box to Ziyue. What's this? Ziyue asked in confusion. The Emerald Cloud Pill. Lu Heng said softly, The Emerald Cloud Pill? Why is it in your hands? Ziyue stared at him. He naturally knew that this was the item that his master had agreed to exchange with Elder Nye Yunhao for the snake demon. It could help martial artists above the inner Qi realm to improve their strength. Even Elder Nye, who was at the peak of the third-rate master, wanted to use it to improve and become a second-rate master. Logically speaking, this item should not have fallen into Lu Heng's hands even if the sect leader had died. The sect leader received this item the day before he went to exterminate the bandits. I'm the only one who knows where it was placed. This time, his two sons carelessly held the sect leader's funeral and instead made a big fuss over the gold and silver. I thought that it would be better to give it to you than to leave it to them, so I took it out, Lu Heng said directly. Hearing this, Ziyue was silent. He naturally knew why the sect leader's two sons were repulsed by him. It was naturally because of the treasures left behind by his master. The items in his personal treasury were not worth tens of thousands of gold, but they were definitely a huge fortune. Anyone who saw them would be tempted. It was just that some people did not dare to covet them because of the sect's rules. But after all, that was his master's family matter. Even if he was his disciple, he could not say much. As for the Emerald Cloud Pill. Chapter 130. Just accept this Emerald Sky Pill. I'm not like you, who has outstanding talent in martial arts. Even if it's useless now, it'll definitely be useful in the future. As for me, I don't have any talent in martial arts. It'll be a waste to keep it. Lu Heng said slowly. Then I'll accept it. Ziyue's expression turned solemn as he reached out to take it. If there's anything in the future, just tell me. I'll do my best to complete it. This could be considered a promise from him, which meant that he owed Lu Heng a favor. Lu Heng smiled and didn't say anything else. His thoughts were simple. He gave Ziyue the pill because he really didn't need it and didn't want to leave it to the two sons of the sect master. He didn't care much about the so-called favor. After sending senior brother Lu Heng off, Ziyue's expression was somewhat calm. He naturally didn't have any thoughts of returning it to the two sons of the sect master. Their cold attitude also made him unhappy. He opened the wooden box, and two thumb-sized sparkling pills appeared in front of him. The Emerald Sky Pill can help martial artists who have cultivated inner strength increase their cultivation. Its effects are extraordinary. For the current me, it's not suitable for me. Ziyue put away the wooden box again. He was still very far away from being able to cultivate inner force. However, I do need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Not to mention the sect master 5 outside. Now that he knows that I killed his disciple, he'll definitely attack me if he encounters me. Even within the sect, it's not that peaceful right now. Ziyue's gaze couldn't help but become deep and serene. During these 3 days, he spent most of his time dealing with his master's funeral. Even though he was ostracized by his master's 2 sons, he would still do what he could. Therefore, he didn't know much about the internal affairs of the sect. However, even this little bit made him feel uneasy. There were many people in the sect who flattered the powerful and trampled on the weak. Ziyue could already clearly feel the difference in treatment. This wasn't a big deal, and he didn't care about it. However, the position of the sect master of the inner sect was still vacant, which obviously caused some people's thoughts to waver, especially left guardian Zhao Jing. During this period of time, he had been very active and had started to move in many ways. Even on the day of his master's funeral, there was no trace of him. It was said that he had already gone to Wujiang County to seek support. Regarding this, he naturally had his own plans. In the first place, these matters had nothing to do with him. His identity as the former sect leader's disciple had no effect on who the sect leader belonged to. However, as Left Protector Zhao Jing returned from Wujiang County, some small tricks against him began to increase, which made him feel a little annoyed. It's only about 20 days. If it's just these little tricks, I'll bear with it for the time being. If it's too much, I won't let it go so easily. Ziyue thought to himself as he looked at the soul-converging banner in his arms. He had already planned to head to Wujiang County at the end of this month. If he counted carefully, it would only take him about 20 days. During this period of time, he did not want to cause any trouble. However, if the other party really went overboard, he might not be able to do anything to someone like the Left Protector. However, if it was just an ordinary inner sect disciple, or even a steward, he had plenty of methods to instill fear in them. Then, Ziyue did not think too much about it, and once again immersed himself in cultivation. Ever since he had obtained the Vajra Glaze body, he had been diligently practicing it, hoping that he could reach the entry level as soon as possible. Perhaps it was his nature, or perhaps it was because of the different environment, but the sense of crisis from his lack of strength had always shrouded him, and he did not dare to relax in the slightest. It should be soon. After these few days of cultivation, I've always felt that my heart has been beating more violently, and the supply of qi and blood has been really strengthened. It shouldn't be long before I reach the entry level of the Vajra glaze body. Ziyue felt the situation in his body. Compared to when he was in the external forging, his qi and blood were also better, and he was secretly delighted. Apart from practicing the cultivation method, Ziyue would spend time secretly pondering the way to operate the force. This was because he knew that the true strength of an internal cultivator was actually the transmission of force, which was completely different from external forging. An external cultivator's force surged and directly acted on the surface of the attack. On the other hand, an internal cultivator's force could pass through weapons and directly penetrate the opponent's internal organs and attack the opponent's internal organs and other weak points. This was also the reason why an internal cultivator could easily defeat an external cultivator. Perhaps an external cultivator's talent was extraordinary, and his strength was not weaker than a new internal cultivator's. However, the internal organs of an external cultivator had not been tempered. Once the force penetrated, the internal organs would be shattered, and it would naturally cause fatal damage to them. Internal cultivators could really be said to be able to kill people without leaving a trace. Ziyue's force was circulating as one, and he pondered over the method of transmitting force through space. Although he was a little shaky at first, it was not too difficult. One of the reasons was that the internal cultivation method itself had an introduction to this aspect, and the other was naturally the heart-piercing hammer technique that Ziyue had obtained. The main point of the technique was to transmit force through space, and it was a special method of operating force that directly hit the heart and lungs. Ziyue only had to ponder over it carefully, and he already had some gains. He specifically found some green bricks and then placed a piece of tofu on the green bricks. The force in his body surged and continuously flowed into his arm. Ziyue punched out and directly touched the surface of the tofu. Puff! With a tremor, the tofu shook slightly, and a small piece broke slightly. However, the green bricks under the tofu were densely packed, and countless cracks appeared. The penetrating force is still a little lacking. Only when the force is released, and the tofu above is not damaged at all, but the green bricks below are shattered into pieces, can I be considered to have completely mastered the penetrating force. Ziyue thought silently, and he felt a little satisfied in his heart. One had to know that when he had just started cultivating, the tofu would directly shatter and splatter in all directions with a punch. Now, it was only a small piece of broken tofu. With such a degree of control over the penetrating force, in fact, he had already surpassed many internal cultivators who had refined their internal organs and even their internal organs. It was already 2 hours later when he finished cultivating. Ziyue looked at a large piece of meat that had been boiled in the pot, and he put it in front of the puppy. This meat was the meat of a snake demon, and it contained amazing spirituality. It was very effective for external and internal cultivators, and its freshness seemed to be very high. It had been more than 10 days since the snake meat was hunted, but there was not the slightest stench. Ziyue did not eat it himself, and he threw it all to the puppy. After a period of time, he could clearly feel that the puppy had become much fatter. Its broken leg had already healed, and it was running around the courtyard, full of energy. The only thing that was not different was probably its stupid characteristic. A butterfly that occasionally flew over could make it play with it for an entire afternoon, and it looked like it would not stop until it caught it. However, when the butterfly flew out of the courtyard, it did not dare to take a step out, even though the door was clearly open. Its range of activity seemed to always be limited to the courtyard and the room. As for other changes, perhaps there were also, but they were not obvious. Ziyue did not have much experience to observe them for the time being. After having lunch in a nearby restaurant, Ziyue was about to go home when he saw 2 disciples coming directly to him. They said, "Bai Shidi, there is a defection in the sect. The Internal Affairs Hall has assigned the task to you. You may need to make a trip." Defection has always been a matter of the law enforcement hall. When was it my turn to take care of it? Ziwei raised his eyes and asked disapprovingly. He naturally knew that this was the work of the left guardian, Zhao Jing. They were even directly under Zhao Jing's hint to use some small tricks against him. Generally speaking, it is naturally a matter of the law enforcement hall. However, the sect has been busy recently, and the law enforcement hall does not have so many people. So, the disciple was a little hesitant. Ziyue's future potential was extraordinary. If it was not necessary, he did not want to offend him. However, he did not dare to disobey the orders of the higher-ups. So, you're blaming me for this? Do you think that I, Ziyue, am easy to bully? Ziyue said with a cold smile. By Shidi, don't make things difficult for us. We are just following orders. Moreover, there is a rule in the sect that disciples must complete a task every month. If it is an emergency, it can be carried out through a delegation. Bai Shidi has not accepted a task this month. Even if we make a fuss, it will probably not work. The other disciple persuaded with a wry smile. The so-called task can be removed as long as you hand in 100 contribution points. You don't need to use the rules to pressure me. However, what is the situation? Tell me first, and I will decide whether to accept it or not. Ziwa said in a relaxed tone as he patted the dust off his body. A showdown task could scare some of the outer or inner disciples who had just become official disciples. It was not much of a threat to him. However, since the two of them were begging him, he did not want to be too forceful. Therefore, he decided to listen. If it was simple, he did not mind taking a trip. However, if it was strange, he naturally would not take the risk. It is like this. Outer disciple Zhang Guai killed Old Crow Gong Xiua of the Jade Moon Flower Ship and Lu Qing of the Flower Ship on the night 3 days ago. Then, when the city gate opened the next day, he escaped directly. The task is to be able to track him back, dead or alive. The disciple hurriedly handed over the task and said, Zhang Guai. Ziyue's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew who Zhang Guai was. This Zhang Guai was not only from the same village as him, but also joined the Scorching Sun Gang at the same time as him. However, due to different circumstances, they gradually grew apart. He did not expect that this task would be related to him. Since it happened 3 days ago, wouldn't he have run far away? How can we still catch him? Bai Ziyue said with a straight face. I just received news that someone saw him return to his hometown, Cloud Leaf Village, yesterday. He should not have run too far. The other disciple followed up. Chapter 131. After reading the mission scroll, Ziyue's expression was calm as he silently pondered. The matter was actually very simple. Zhang Guai had taken advantage of the chaos in the sect when most of the inner disciples had returned from exterminating the Ghost Head stronghold. He had suddenly attacked at night and killed Old Crow and the pimp. The specific reason was not mentioned, but the two of them were dead, and Zhang Guai had escaped. No matter what the reason was, he was sentenced to death. He had the heart to not care, but considering their friendship in the early days, if he did not care, Zhang Guai would be dead for sure once others tracked him down. Thus, he was somewhat hesitant. As for this mission assigned to him by the Internal Affairs Hall, no matter how ignorant he was, he knew that there was something fishy about it. Perhaps there was some kind of scheme waiting for him here. However, what do I have to fear? Ziyue suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart. As long as it was not an expert above the inner strength realm, he would not be afraid, even if it was someone at the level of one of the 5 great supervisors. Just the painting of the eagle swordsman was enough to give him confidence in facing someone at the peak of the inner refinement realm. In addition, he had the soul converging banner and other immortal methods. Even if such an existence were to attack, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Not to mention, if he could not beat him, he could still escape. As for the inner strength realm, he believed that Left Protector Zhao Jing would not be so shameless as to ask such an existence to attack him. As for Zhao Jing himself, it was even more impossible. Zhao Jing had been busy roping in various experts during this period of time. How could he have the time to personally appear? Moreover, Ziyue had always displayed the strength of an outer refinement realm. It should still be deceptive to a certain extent. All right, I'll accept this mission. After making up his mind, Ziyue became even more courageous. Instead of waiting for Zhao Jing to continuously use other methods, it was better to take the initiative in his own hands. Zhao Jing's little tricks had already annoyed him, so he took this opportunity to bare his fangs. Only then would he be able to make Zhao Jing fearful and let him pass through these 20 days peacefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not continue to pay attention to Zhao Jing and directly turned to leave. The destruction of the Ghost Head stronghold was something worth celebrating for the entire Qinghe town. At the city gate, one could clearly feel that the flow of people and the transport of goods had become more frequent and dense. Many merchants who had originally planned to travel by water had changed their plans to travel by land. They hoped to save on the high cost of transportation and the risk of encountering water bandits while there were no bandits blocking the way. Ziyue rode on a gray horse and successfully left the city. Then, he quickly galloped into the distance. On the main road, dust was flying everywhere. Ziyue sat on his horse with a solemn expression. This was actually his first time riding a horse. The reason why he was able to ride a horse so smoothly was because of his superb control of force and the rapid coordination of the force transmitted from the horse's back. Fortunately, Dama was quite docile. Coupled with his strong adaptability, he quickly became proficient. No one would be able to tell that he was a novice. Of course, he didn't own this big horse. He had put down 100 taels of silver as a deposit and rented it from the village. It cost 1 tael of silver a day as rent, so it wasn't cheap. Giddy up, giddy up. As Ziyue whipped his horse, the surrounding scenery flashed by continuously. Very quickly, he arrived at an intersection. There was a small path that extended into the mountains. This small path was the path that led to his old home, the Cloudleaf Village. The winding mountain path was full of potholes. Naturally, it was much harder to travel than on the official road. However, Ziyue wasn't slow on Dama's horse. At this time, there weren't many people. Instead, he was more alert than before. If the left protector had any plans, it would be more appropriate to take action here. However, along the way, he didn't encounter any attacks as he neared his old home. This made him somewhat suspicious. No matter what, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. As long as I'm strong enough, I don't have to worry about these demons and monsters. However, the stronger I am, the more confident I will be. Coincidentally, I have sufficient spiritual energy now. It's time for me to raise my strength again. On the mountain path, Ziyue galloped on his horse. However, he couldn't help but look at his status panel. Spiritual energy, 62,154 points. Looking at the amount of spiritual energy he had, Ziyue felt a sense of fullness for the first time. During the trip to the Ghost Head stronghold, his spiritual energy had increased by more than 50,000 points. This was also because some people were too far away from him when they died, so he didn't add them. Otherwise, his harvest would have been even greater. Spend 23,989 spiritual energy to raise the purple chi visualization technique to the 5th level. Raise it! Ziyue didn't hesitate and chose to raise it. In an instant, the many mysteries of the purple chi visualization technique appeared in his mind one by one. The spiritual energy in his body also increased by a large margin. My spiritual energy has reached 8,000 points, and my mental energy has also increased to 21 points. With my current spiritual energy, I can cast all kinds of spells. No matter if it's speed or strength, they're all a lot better than before. Ziyue's mind moved, and an orange-red flame appeared in his hand. This flame didn't seem any different from the flames he used before. However, the energy it contained far surpassed what he used before. At least, he could feel that the temperature it contained was more than 30% higher than when he was at the 4th level of Chi Disciple. The power of a spell was directly related to the cultivator's strength and realm. The higher the level, the stronger the spiritual energy. Similarly, the spiritual energy that could be carried in the spell would naturally be more abundant. The power that could be released from the spell would naturally be stronger. If I used the Spiritual Light Shield spell now, it would probably be much easier to block the attack of the 5 channels. It wouldn't be like before, where I had to use all kinds of methods to barely block his sword. However, at this time, I can't raise the level of the purple chi visualization technique anymore. Ziwa thought in his heart and felt a little regretful. He knew that the purple chi visualization technique stopped at the 5th level. Without the subsequent techniques, he naturally didn't have the chance to raise it. Without thinking about it further, Ziwa placed his gaze on the Spiritual Eye spell. He had finally reached the entry level of this spell after the thrilling experience in the Ghost Head Stronghold. Consume 798 points of spiritual energy to raise the Spiritual Eye spell to small mastery. Consume 1,600 points of spiritual energy to raise the Spiritual Eye spell to large mastery. Consume 3,200 points of spiritual energy to raise the Spiritual Eye spell to perfection. Raise, raise, raise. Without much hesitation, the rich Zue directly spent close to 5,600 points of spiritual energy to raise it to perfection. Although this Spiritual Eye spell couldn't directly increase his combat strength, its supplementary effects were extremely good. During the Ghost Head Stronghold trip, if it wasn't for the Spiritual Eye spell that allowed him to see things under the shroud of Yin Qi, he might have been stabbed to death by the 5 channels without making a sound. Naturally, he placed more importance on this technique. In an instant, Ziyue felt that countless cultivation experiences regarding the Spiritual Eye spell had appeared in his mind. The rune arrangement within was also optimized and raised. Not only was it more exquisite and nimble, but it was also much smoother when used. At the same time, Ziyue felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Then, an endless coolness continuously diffused in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately discovered that his eyes had become incomparably bright. Everything around him seemed to have a different color in his eyes. It was even clearer. As far as the eye could see, the scene of a few kilometers away appeared in his eyes. Furthermore, Zue urged spiritual energy to flow directly into his eyes. He didn't need to visualize the mysteries of the runes of the Spiritual Eye spell at all. He was able to use the Spiritual Eye spell naturally. In terms of appearance, there were no changes. Even if others were to observe him, they would only feel that his eyes had become slightly brighter. They wouldn't be able to discover that he had already used a rather mysterious spell. Spell Instinct. Ziyue's heart trembled. He thought of a phrase recorded on the Spiritual Eye spell Jade Slip when he had first obtained it. This was a special phenomenon that would only occur when a spell was cultivated to the extreme. There was no need to visualize runes. With a thought, one would be able to use spiritual energy. This was Spell Instinct. It should be known that when ordinary cultivators fought, they often liked to use magic tools. At worst, they would use talismans to fight. Very rarely, they would use magic spells. Why was this so? It was because magic tools and talismans could be activated in an instant without the slightest pause. As for spells, because of the visualization process, one would often lose the initiative in a battle that was constantly changing. For example, Ziyue and the old elementary scholar had previously hunted the locust tree spirit together. Regardless of whether the old elementary scholar used the invocation spell or the thunderfall spell, there was an extremely long pause period in between. This period of time was when he visualized the runes of the spell and continuously used the spell. In a normal battle, this period of time was enough for the enemy to kill him dozens of times. If a spell was cultivated to the point where it formed Spell Instinct, then one could directly skip the process of visualizing the spell and use it with a thought. This was equivalent to using magic tools and talismans in battle. Naturally, one would be able to explode with even greater combat power. I never thought that this upgrade would allow me to cultivate the Spiritual Eye spell to the point where it formed Spell Instinct. Ziyue's heart was filled with excitement. Driven by spiritual energy, he looked as far as the eye could see. Everything around him had changed once again. In a mountain forest, countless auras bloomed before his eyes. The flow of spiritual energy, the changes in the climate, and even some of the pulses in the earth were all displayed more clearly in his eyes. Moreover, under the gaze of his eyes, the chi and blood of some animals, even if they were hiding in caves or behind large trees, as long as they didn't go too deep, could be clearly seen. Suddenly, Ziwe's gaze paused, and he let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 132. Qi and Blood. The rich power of qi and blood appeared clearly in his eyes. Moreover, the richness of this kind of qi and blood was far from what ordinary people or beasts could possess. Martial artists. Moreover, they were powerful martial artists. Judging from the richness of their qi and blood, they're at least martial artists with internal refinement. One should be a martial artist who has internal refinement of the five viscera to a very high degree, while the other should be a martial artist who has internal refinement of the six viscera. Two internal refinement martial artists hiding in this desolate area. Their motives are obvious. Ziwe's gaze instantly became extremely cold. He had long known that internal refinement of the five viscera was the initial stage of internal refinement. Internal refinement of the six viscera was the middle stage of internal refinement, and internal refinement of the five viscera and six viscera was the late stage of internal refinement. An initial stage internal refinement martial artist and a middle stage internal refinement martial artist were hiding in this desolate area that he had to pass through. He did not need to think to know that their target was him. However, even though he had already discovered it, he still pretended not to notice and rode his horse quickly towards them. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, under the perfection stage spiritual eye art. Not only could he clearly sense the fluctuations of their qi and blood, but he could also clearly see if there were any hidden dangers on the ground. Finally, when Ziwe was only 10 meters away from them, Ziwe squeezed his horse. A steel rope suddenly sprang up from the ground. Immediately after, the two figures pounced down from the mountains on both sides like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. He reached out and patted the horse lightly, causing it to immediately stop. Then, Ziwe chuckled and said, "I've already discovered you." Then, he unhurriedly tapped on one of the scrolls. A swordsman quickly appeared beside him, then turned into a flash of lightning and directly swept towards one of the figures in the air. At this moment, Ziwe did not use any other means. Instead, he raised his battle saber and flew towards him. After a period of cultivation, Ziwe had already become quite proficient in the internal refinement technique, colored glazed diamond body. He was only one step away from entering the door. Under such circumstances, Ziwe estimated that he would need at least 3 to 5 days to make some progress and officially become a beginner if he only relied on his own hard work. Therefore, when he saw the two internal refinement martial artists who wanted to ambush him from afar, he made a decision. He would fight with them and borrow the impact of their force to cultivate the Vajra glazed body to the beginner's level. Of course, if it was 1 against 2, he estimated that he would be no match for them. That was why he summoned the swordsman to help him block the stronger one while he faced the other martial artist in the early stage of internal refining. The two cultivators who had just rushed down felt their hearts skip a beat. They hadn't expected that a fourth figure would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Their faces couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. Then, a thought uncontrollably appeared in their minds. Immortal spells? Ziwe did not pay any attention to their surprise. He glanced at their faces, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Lu He, Ko Yun. These two were the disciples of the Hall of Justice, Lu He and Ko Yun. Previously, they had been entangled with him because of Zhao Gongyi's disappearance. He didn't expect that the two of them would ambush him at this time. However, when he thought about how the two of them had always been on the side of the left protector, Zhao Jing, although he was surprised, he wasn't surprised. Kill! With a shout, Ko Yun saw Ziwe face him, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The saber light swept out like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, turning into a continuous flood. Wind Cloud, 13 saber moves. Faced with this, Baizua's expression did not change at all. The vital energy and blood in his body surged out like smoke signals, distorting the void within a few feet around him. Ordinary people would not even be able to see his face clearly. Then, he calmly raised his saber slightly and faced the attack. 18 consecutive saber moves. This was the so-called fast saber against fast saber. Even though the 18 consecutive saber moves martial technique was not as good as the Wind Cloud 13 saber moves, Ziyue had already cultivated it to perfection. In terms of power, it was not inferior at all. The powerful force, coupled with the peerless speed of the saber, made the exchange between the two like a torrential river, with countless saber lights crisscrossing. When Ziyue executed the saber technique, he tried to integrate the penetrating force into it for the first time. While resisting the opponent's penetrating force, he carefully felt the changes in it. Almost every time the sabers collided, Ziyue could feel a surge of energy flowing along his saber, passing through his arm and rushing into his body. Fortunately, Baizua's physical body was so strong that it had reached the realm of being immaculate and flawless. It was relatively easy for him to resist the penetrating power that was unique to his opponent. Almost every time, only wisps of penetrating power were transmitted to his internal organs. These traces of penetrating force were not even 10% of the opponent's original strength. Although it seemed surging, it didn't pose much of a threat to him. On the contrary, Ziyue borrowed this force to refine it, turning it into nourishment for the azure diamond body to cleanse his heart. Internal refinement? You've already reached internal refinement? Ko Yun's originally calm face revealed a look of disbelief. In terms of strength, Ziyue wasn't any weaker than him. In terms of penetrating force, although Ziyue wasn't as good as him, he could still cause damage to his internal organs. As for the saber technique, because Ziyue deliberately clashed with his saber, he didn't feel much about it. However, it was precisely because of this that he was so shocked. He originally thought that Ziyue was only an external refinement martial artist and that it would be easy for two internal refinement martial artists to take him on. Who knew that the opponent's strength had even surpassed his own? Who said that Ziyue was only an external refinement martial artist? Who said that internal refinement martial artists could easily crush him to death? At this moment, Ko Yun was extremely confused. Could it be that the gap between an ordinary person and a genius was really that big? As for Lu He, even though he heard Ko Yun's exclamation, he didn't have any intention of responding, because at this moment, he was already in an extremely difficult and dangerous situation. This swordsman who suddenly appeared had exquisite and sharp swordsmanship. He was as swift as the wind and extremely fierce. One sword followed another, as if there was no end. Even if he used all his means, he could only barely resist. However, from time to time, he would still be slashed by the sword light, leaving streaks of blood on his body. Even life and death were only in an instant. If you say so, then so be it. Ziyue's voice was incomparably calm, but his heart was beating even more violently. Finally, at the moment when the last penetrating force entered his body, he had a realization in his heart. The Vajra glass body had reached the entry level. The moment he reached the entry level, Ziyue's eyes flashed, and his saber technique immediately changed. Saber slashing technique. The saber was like silver, and like a startled swan, it suddenly fell down. Bang! The surging distance, coupled with the unparalleled force, swept down. Ko Yun's face changed greatly. The force of this saber was far stronger than before. The saber light fell with unparalleled weight. Although there was no unique penetrating force, it made his hand that was holding the saber handle go numb. Slash again. Ziyue stretched his body. At this moment, he seemed to have become especially tall, and the long saber fell again. Bang! The saber broke the edge of the saber, but the unparalleled force cut the long saber in Ko Yun's hand. Not good. Ko Yun was horrified. His body turned into a snake and quickly retreated to dodge. However, no matter how fast his body was, he couldn't be faster than Ziyue's saber light. Puff! The saber cut into his flesh and directly into his neck, splitting his body diagonally into two. On the other side, the swordsman's body burst out like lightning. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu He's body was stagnant, the swordsman deeply pierced into his heart. Lu He's eyes were blank. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his consciousness was instantly invaded by darkness and turned into an endless silence. In terms of martial strength, I should be slightly stronger than Ko Yin. If I were to fight against Lu He, I would be much weaker. With a slight wave of his hand, Ziyue put the swordsman back into the eagle swordsman portrait and made a slight comparison. For Lu He to be able to fight with the swordsman for a long time before being stabbed to death, his strength was naturally not weak. Even if he wasn't as strong as a late-stage internal refinement warrior, he wasn't far off. If he didn't have the eagle swordsman portrait and didn't have any other means, he naturally wouldn't be a match for the swordsman. However, since Ziyue had already predicted that there would be a conspiracy, why would he rashly leave the city if he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve? Therefore, the outcome was already predetermined from the beginning. As expected, the two of them didn't have anything other than weapons. This is normal. No one would specially bring money and other things when they come out to kill. At the very least, my harvest is not small. Ziyue did a quick search and wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. In terms of spirit energy, the two internal refinement warriors gave him a total of more than 1,400 points of spirit energy, increasing his spirit energy to about 34,000 points. Most importantly, his internal refinement technique, Diamond Glass Body, had finally reached the entry level. Reaching the entry level of the technique represented his strength. Being able to increase his strength once again naturally made him happy. On the other hand, it was out of my expectations that they would directly try to kill me. Looks like my existence has already become a thorn in someone's side. Ziyue frowned and didn't think too much about it. He casually gathered the two corpses together and waved his hand. An orange-red flame immediately appeared in his hand. Magic, Spirit Flame Technique. With a thought, the orange-red flame immediately shot out. Boom! The raging flame instantly enveloped the two corpses. After that, in just a few short breaths of time, other than some charred marks on the ground, there was only a small amount of dregs flowing around. Their weapons had turned into molten iron and melted into the dregs, making it impossible to distinguish what the original weapons were. With a light flick, Ziyue jumped back on a horse. With a light squeeze, the horse started to gallop again, madly galloping towards Cloud Leaf Village. On the way, Ziyue's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at a desolate, dilapidated, and uninhabited village a few miles away. Chapter 133. Lotus Village. Looking at the village in the distance, Ziyue's gaze was a little complicated. 3 years ago, he had almost lost his life in this village. At this moment, the withered village did not seem complicated at all. It just felt a little desolate and cold. However, when Ziyue used his spiritual light technique to look at it, in an instant, the village's environment changed greatly. It was dark, gloomy, and terrifying. Soaring yin qi continuously spread in all directions. Almost every house had yin spirits floating within. Wisps of condensed yin qi washed over everything in the surroundings. It was enough to make any living being feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave when they came into contact with it. Ghost territory. At first glance, Ziyue noticed that this ghost domain seemed to be larger than it was 3 years ago. It was at most 1.5 kilometers away from Cloud Leaf Village. He estimated that in a few years, it would cover the entire Cloud Leaf Village. At that time, the people in the village, Ziyue's face was a little serious. He reached out and patted the horse again. The gray horse's speed increased a little. Soon, Ziyue stepped into Cloud Leaf Village. After 3 years, there were not many changes here. Perhaps the people in the village felt that something was wrong with Lotus Village. As long as they had the ability, almost all of them had moved out. Now, there were only about 30 families and 100 people living in the village. Seeing Ziyue riding a tall horse into the village, some of the villagers showed a timid and fearful expression. You are Ziyue, right? At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Obviously, someone recognized his appearance. Hey, it's really that kid from the Bai family. I heard that he is very impressive in the town now. Some of the others had also recognized Bai Ziyue. However, Bai Ziyue was dressed in martial attire, riding a big horse, and holding a battle saber in his hand. His appearance made them instinctively fear him. Now that someone recognized him, their faces immediately showed a trace of curiosity and excitement. Sixth Dan Zhang, Uncle Don, it's me. Ziyue jumped off his horse and greeted with a smile. It's really you. Why have you come back this time? Sixth Dan Zhang, who lived next door to Ziyue's hometown, asked. I heard that Zhang Guai has returned recently. I have something to discuss with him. Ziyue said softly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The villagers had vaguely heard that Zhang Guai had killed and escaped. At this time, when they saw Ziyue dressed in martial arts attire, they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Don't worry, I'm here to help him. As someone from the same village, if I don't help him and someone from the gang finds him, he will be dead for sure. Ziyue glanced at their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He hurriedly explained. Yes, he left last night. We definitely don't know where he is now. Sixth Aunt Zhang said hurriedly. Do you know which direction he went? Ziyue asked. Seeing that Sixth Aunt Zhang shook her head, Ziyue was not disappointed. If Zhang Guai wanted to escape, he would not tell anyone. Just as he was about to say something, Uncle Dong suddenly said that Zhang Guai was originally from the Hunting Head village in the mountains. 8 years ago, the entire Hunting Head village was wiped out. That Zhang Guai just so happened to be staying at his uncle's house for a short while and managed to avoid a calamity. I reckon that before he left, he should have returned to the Hunting Head village to take a look. Hunting village? Ziyue's face showed a trace of surprise. He naturally knew that this hunting village was deeper than the Cloud Leaf village. It was a small village on the top of a mountain where hunters lived for a living. But 8 years ago, for some unknown reason, the hunting village was completely destroyed. No one dared to go deep into the mountains. He did not expect that Zhang Guai was from the hunting village. In a trance, he suddenly remembered what his parents said before. It seemed that there was only one person who was lucky enough to escape from the hunting village. Could it be Zhang Guai? Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Dong. Nodding his head, he thanked him, and then said with a serious face, Sixth Aunt Zhang, Uncle Dong, and other uncles and aunts, I think you must have known about the anomaly in the Lotus village not far from the village. Now that the anomaly is slowly expanding and will soon cover this place, I advise you to move away as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the anomaly spreads, no one in the village will be able to escape. That can't be. Seeing Ziyue's seriousness, Sixth Aunt Zhang said with some hesitation. I think Mount Ziyue is right. In the past few years, the village has indeed been much colder than in previous years. And I don't know if you have noticed, but the insects and grass snakes in the village could still be seen last year, but now they're almost nowhere to be seen. Even the domesticated cats and dogs are all listless and have no energy. Uncle Dong's face turned serious as he analyzed seriously. This phenomenon could be noticed by almost everyone. Originally, they did not pay much attention to it, but when they heard this, they immediately panicked. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of the villagers, Ziyue did not say anything more. He rode his horse and quickly headed deep into the mountains. Not long after Ziyue rode his horse and left the Cloud Leaf village, a skinny figure in black suddenly appeared at the place where he had killed Lu He and Ko Yun. The aura of a spell, the spirit fire technique. He frowned and looked at the marks on the ground, revealing a thoughtful expression. Then, he quickly saw the traces of a horse on the ground. His heart moved, and he could not help but chase after it. Following the mountain path, Ziyue continued to go deeper and deeper. However, after walking for more than 5 kilometers, the mountain path was clearly not suitable for horses to travel. With no other choice, Ziyue could only tie the horse to the side of a tree and quickly climb up. The closed mountain path could stop ordinary people, but naturally, it could not stop him. Moreover, he quickly found traces of someone passing by. It was obvious that Zhang Guai had indeed been to the top of the mountain and to the hunting head village, as Uncle Dong had said. 10 minutes later, Ziyue stood in the middle of a pile of ruins. Suddenly, Ziyue's figure moved and directly arrived in front of one of the ruins. On the ground, the traces of the paper money that had just been swept were very clear. Zhang Guai really came here, and from the ashes, it seems that it has not been long since he left. Ziyue thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard some movement in the distance. His figure moved, and he quickly flew over. Not long after, Ziyue arrived in a mountain forest not far from the hunting head village. From afar, he saw a sturdy figure leaning against a big tree, panting violently. Not far away from him, there was an azure python that was 10 meters long. Its body was covered in fine scales, and its body was badly mangled. Its head had been completely chopped off, and it was lying silently not far away. The sound of Ziyue's arrival instantly woke the sturdy man up. When he suddenly raised his head and saw Ziyue, his tense body instantly relaxed. He said with a bitter smile, "Are you here to take me back?" This sturdy figure was naturally Zhang Guai. He was very clear about Ziyue's strength, not to mention that he had just fought a big battle and was extremely tired. Even if he was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for him. As such, he felt much more relaxed now. "That's not it. I just want to know why you're doing this." Ziyue shook his head and said, "Ziyue, since you were able to find this place, you must already know about my background, right? 8 years ago, the hunting head village was completely wiped out overnight. No one survived. Only I happened to stay in my uncle's house for a short time, so I escaped the disaster. You know, although I grew up in the Cloud Leaf village, what I envy the most are actually children with parents like you. Because at that time, I knew that we were not the same. I was an orphan. Even if my uncle and aunt didn't treat me badly, I could still clearly feel the difference. Therefore, when Uncle Ming decided to bring me to town, although I was nervous, I was also very much looking forward to it. And that period of time was the happiest period of my life." As Zhang Guai spoke, he could not help but reveal a smile on his face. "At that time, I became an odd job apprentice with you. Although I was a little confused, I could still clearly feel the difference between us. You seemed to know everything. You did things methodically, learned martial arts, knew how to read, and even dealt with people. Now that I think about it, everything you did seemed to be right. Therefore, when you soared to the sky and became an inner sect disciple, becoming the sect master's disciple, I didn't seem to be surprised at all. I don't know what it was like when you were an odd job apprentice at the Pearl Restaurant. At least for the first 1 or 2 months, I was very relaxed and happy. Although there was endless work waiting for me every day, it was very fulfilling. I even received the appreciation of a person. He taught me martial arts, and almost every once in a while, he would transmit his strength to me through the air. Therefore, I only spent half a month to cultivate the Dhyana stance to the beginner's level. At least for the first half of the year, I was very grateful to him. That's right, he was the pimp Lu Qing that I killed this time. He could be considered half my master. At this point, Zhang Guai took a deep breath. Ziyue was silent. He knew that what he was going to say next was obviously the key to the matter. However, after 2 months, he finally revealed his true purpose. You know, the Jade Moon Flower Boat is a place to seek flowers. There are all kinds of guests in that place. There are rich country gentlemen, Jianghu heroes, and even boatmen who grit their teeth and tighten their belts. Among so many guests, most of them are looking for the flower boat girls to have a spring breeze and relieve their yearning. But at the same time, there are also people who like to have sex. Do you know what sex is? As he spoke, Zhang Guai's eyes revealed an extremely painful expression. Ziyue's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew what sex meant. Needless to say, he also knew what Zhang Guai had encountered. His heart was filled with sympathy and a trace of fear. He asked himself if he was assigned to the Jade Moon Flower Boat and encountered the same situation as Zhang Guai. Would he be able to resist? Even if he could, he probably wouldn't have it easy, right? Chapter 134. Yes, it's just as you think. With my strength, I couldn't resist at all. Lu Qing, the half-master I've always trusted, the old crow of the flower boat, Gong Xiua, pushed me into that house. So, countless times I've thought, how good would it be if I was assigned to the Pearl restaurant like you? Even if I've always been a chores apprentice and can only become a chores disciple after 3 years, it would be much better than now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. My fate seems to have been born to be so lowly. Zhang Guai's face showed a trace of bitterness, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. I've endured for 3 years, and finally, I got this opportunity. The sect's disciples suffered heavy casualties this time, and most of them were lax, so I secretly sneaked into their rooms and killed them. Speaking of this, Zhang Gui breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of carefree expression appeared on his face. It was a kind of satisfaction of taking revenge, a kind of indulgence of the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme. It's reasonable to say that 3 days' time is enough for you to escape. Why did you show up in Cloud Leaf Village? If you had escaped immediately after you escaped the city, even the sect's law enforcement disciples wouldn't have been able to find you. Ziyue frowned and asked, I certainly couldn't have just left. My uncle's family is still here. If it weren't for my uncle's family taking me in, I would have died. If I had just escaped, what would have happened to them? So, I arranged for them to leave first. It should be at that time that I leaked my tracks and was tracked down by you. Then I went straight up the mountain to pay my respects to my parents, and at the same time, to end this beast. Shaking his head slightly, Zhang Guai's eyes showed obvious sadness and hatred, and said, 8 years ago, the hunting village was destroyed, and it should have been done by this beast. Before I left, I must kill it, so that I can be at ease. But I didn't expect that just as I killed it, you would arrive. Sighing slightly, Zhang Guai's face showed a helpless expression. In his heart, he thought that perhaps this was called bad luck. His life was meant to be so pathetic and miserable. Ziyue looked at the huge python on the ground. Although it was badly mutilated, he could clearly tell that it was an exotic beast that had undergone a preliminary evolution of its bloodline. Even if this giant python hadn't evolved 8 years ago, with its huge size, it wouldn't have been difficult for it to kill 7 or 8 families in the headhunting village. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. You can kill me now and bring me back to report on your mission. At this moment, Zhang Guai seemed rather calm. You can leave. I didn't come here with the intention of taking you back. Ziyue shook his head and said, in the first place, he didn't want to capture Zhang Guai and bring him back. Not to mention, after what Zhang Guai had suffered, it was normal for him to seek revenge. If he tolerated it, others would look down on him instead. As for whether or not the mission was completed, he didn't care. Because this task was originally forced upon him by others, it did not necessarily mean that he could complete it. Are you really willing to let me go? Zhang Guai asked doubtfully. Of course. Ziyue nodded and turned around, saying, the sect has been in chaos recently. No one should be tracking you for the time being. You have enough time to escape as soon as possible. You should be safe as long as you leave Wujiang County. As Ziyue spoke, the figures of the 2 law enforcement disciples, Lu He and Ko Yun, flashed across his mind. The deaths of these 2 should be able to delay Zhang Guai's matter for a few days. In addition, the sect had fallen into chaos due to the death of the sect leader. He estimated that Zhang Guai wouldn't encounter any tracking for at least 3 to 5 days. Ziyue, thank you. Zhang Guai couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment and gratitude. He quickly got up and bowed, slightly before turning around and leaving quickly. After a period of rest, he had naturally recovered. We'll meet again, Ziyue said. He saw that Zhang Guai didn't go back the way he came, but quickly left through another small path deep in the mountains. Feeling slightly relieved, Ziyue also turned around and left. Soon, Ziyue went down the mountain and saw the gray horses from afar. They were pacing around uneasily. Just as he was about to approach, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger in his mind. His pupils immediately shrank. Then, without thinking, he stopped and arched his body. Like an agile ape, he dashed to the side. Boom! Then a small sparkling sword, like a sharp arrow, fiercely pierced into the big tree beside him. The tree was instantly pierced through, and the remaining force didn't diminish. It fiercely pierced into a big rock, shattering it. When he raised his eyes, he immediately saw a black-clothed, skinny old man walking out from behind a large tree with a sinister look on his face. 5 channels long. A trace of astonishment flashed in Ziyue's eyes. His heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect to meet this great enemy here. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Silently, a layer of transparent light appeared on his body. Immediately after, the force in his body was activated. Buzz, buzz, light body talisman, Vajra talisman. It was activated instantly. Then, with a swipe of his hands, he quickly pulled out a scroll and slowly unfolded it. He was ready to summon the 2 eagle and the swordsman at any time. At this moment, Ziyue felt a little comforted. He dared to look at the figure. You dodged it. Although slightly surprised, Daoist Wudong's voice was calm. He waved his hand, and the small sword was summoned back. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Instead, he said, Ziyue, you and I are really enemies on a narrow road. When I sense spiritual energy fluctuations on the way here, I guess that it might be your doing. In the vicinity of Qinghe Town, apart from you and me, there are very few people who cultivate the way of immortality. Now that I see it, it's true. Now that there are no outsiders to disturb us, it's time for us to settle the score. What score? Ziyue responded indifferently. He didn't act rashly either. He was naturally wary of Daoist Wudong. But now, he was different from a few days ago in the Ghost Head stronghold. This was because he had already upgraded the Purple Chi Divine Observation Technique to the 5th level. Not only did the 5th level of the Purple Chi Visualization Technique greatly increase his spiritual energy, it also increased the power of his spells and other techniques by a large margin. He was confident that when he faced Daoist Wudong's attack again, he wouldn't be as pathetic as before. Of course, even so, he still didn't feel safe. His gaze immediately fell on the attribute panel. Consume 3,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Vajra glass body to small success. Upgrade. Consume 6,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Vajra glass body to large success. Upgrade. Consume 12,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the Vajra glass body to perfection. Upgrade. The continuous upgrades made Ziyue's mind go into a trance for a moment. His mind was immediately filled with all the cultivation experiences related to the Vajra glass body from small success to large success. At the same time, his body was also rapidly changing. His 5 viscera, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, and gallbladder, had all undergone extreme training. In an instant, they had turned into old leather, becoming strong and tough. As he breathed, intense air was drawn into his heart and lungs, making a sound like bellows. His strength of qi and blood was also increasing along with the improvement of his internal organs. The billowing strength of qi and blood was circulating in his internal organs. He no longer needed to be as careful as before. In the ripples, the strength that was formed was not only incomparably tough, but his skin, blood, flesh, bone, marrow, and internal organs were also like a source of strength. They were constantly producing new strength, allowing him to use them freely. A kind of strength that originated from his body made his throat itch involuntarily. He let out a startled cry. It was vigorous and vast, making one's eardrums hurt. However, it also made Ziyue feel comfortable in his heart. As he cried out, he exhaled a breath of air that turned into a sharp arrow. It shot out a full 3 meters before gradually dissipating and turning into a rolling white fog. At this moment, Ziyue felt that his every move was countless times more relaxed than before. Even his height had increased by a full 4 or 5 centimeters. He was no different from an adult now. Naturally, it's because you killed my disciple, Zhang Yuchang. As Taoist Master Wutong spoke, he suddenly noticed the astonishing changes in Ziyue's body. A trace of bewilderment immediately appeared on his face. Then, Ziyue let out a startled cry that made Taoist Master Wudong's expression change completely. The sharpness and richness of his voice, as well as the 3-meter blast of air that came out of his mouth, made Taoist Master Wutong's heart tremble. The peak of internal refinement and the consummation of internal breathing. Although Taoist Master Wudong mainly cultivated the way of the immortals, he was not completely ignorant of the cultivation of martial arts. It should be known that people who cultivated the way of the immortals could also cultivate martial arts. Some people's progress in martial art cultivation was not weak. For example, his junior brother, Sword of Remarkable Powers Liu Zhiping, had made a name for himself in his martial arts, reaching the level of a third-rate master. In fact, he was also a person who cultivated the way of the immortals. Of course, limited by talent and experience, Sword of Remarkable Powers Liu Zhiping's progress in the cultivation of the way of the immortals was not great. His cultivation was at the 4th level, the same as Ziyue's at that time. Therefore, Taoist Master Wudong was truly shocked. With Ziyue's age, how could he cultivate to the peak of internal refinement and consummation of internal breathing so quickly? How could he know that in the entire Qinghe town, which warrior at this level was not above 30 years old? Even those with outstanding talent could be called peerless geniuses if they could reach this level at the age of 20. It was impossible for someone who did not cultivate the way of the immortals or the major forces in the county city to have such a person. Chapter 135. Ziyue, on the other hand, was still a few years away from reaching the age of 20. After the initial shock, he was enraged. For the first time, Channel Leader Wu Dao took Ziyue seriously. In his eyes, Lin Fan was simply too powerful. Not only did he cultivate immortal spells, but he also had a powerful summoning instrument. His talent in martial arts was even more amazing. With a thought, the small shining sword shot out once more. With the increase in his strength, Ziyue was also relieved. He reached out and tapped on the eagle swordsman portrait. In an instant, 2 eagles and a swordsman appeared in front of him. At the same time, with a thought, the small golden knife that had been hanging on his waist flashed like a golden lightning bolt. After that, by Ziyue's qi and blood surged. The muscles on his body pulsed one by one and almost didn't miss a single spot. A powerful force grew in his body as if it was an endless driving force. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise once again. However, Bai Ziyue forcefully restrained himself. He knew that this was just the discomfort of suddenly controlling such a powerful force. Once he screamed, the force would relax. Naturally, he would not do such an unwise thing. His footsteps paused slightly. The ground in a radius of a few feet sank more than an inch. Ziyue's figure quickly flew toward Channel Leader Wu Dao. Cloud Step. Ziyue naturally understood that if he only used immortal spells to fight, even if he had broken through to Mortal Realm Stage 5, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Channel Leader Wu Dao. Even now, when he thought back to the attack power of that magic tool, the small sword, he still felt a wave of shock. Only by getting close to him would he have a chance. Although people who cultivated immortal spells could practice martial arts, due to time and energy constraints, they would often focus on something else. Channel Leader Wu Dao mainly cultivated immortal spells. Although he also cultivated martial arts, under the observation of Ziyue's spiritual eye technique, his qi and blood were vigorous. At most, he was at the peak of outer forging. After all, there were only a few people who were better at martial arts than immortal spells like his junior brother. Therefore, from the beginning, Ziyue had made up his mind to rely on martial arts to kill Channel Leader Wu Dao. Just like how Channel Leader Wu Dao wanted to take revenge on Ziyue, Ziyue was also full of killing intent toward channel leader Wu Dao. Even though he knew that Lu Dong did not take him as a disciple purely for the sake of it, Lu Dong had taught him well. If there was a chance, he would naturally avenge Lu Dong's behalf. Bai Ziyue's killing intent was strong, and his footsteps became even faster. But at this moment, Taoist Wudong's small sword had already turned into a bolt of lightning and shot over. The two eagles and the swordsman standing in front of Bai Ziyue bore the brunt of the attack. Old Eagle flapped its wings, but it simply could not stop the shocking momentum of the small sword. Puff! One of the eagles was immediately pierced through. Shocking spiritual energy fluctuations erupted from the small sword, tearing the eagle apart and turning it into spiritual energy light waves. At this moment, a beam of sword light slashed down and landed on the small sword's blade. At that critical moment, the swordsman made his move. The swordsman's swordsmanship was exquisite. When the sword light passed by, its speed was astonishing. Clang! There was a deafening sound. The moment the long sword and the small sword collided, the long sword formed from energy cracked inch by inch. The small sword only paused for a moment before it quickly pierced through the swordsman's head, directly piercing through it. Just like the eagle, the swordsman also turned into specks of light, waves of spiritual energy, and dissipated into the void. The power of channel leader Wu Dao's small sword was too strong. Even the swordsman, whose strength was comparable to a warrior at the late stage of internal refining, was no match for it. Moreover, after killing the eagle and the swordsman, the small sword did not seem to slow down in the slightest. It swept directly toward Ziyue. However, at that moment, Ziyue's golden knife had already erupted with a powerful qi light and met the small sword head-on. The golden light on the golden knife surged. At that moment, the qi Ziyue poured into it almost reached the limit of the golden knife, causing its power to reach its maximum. Bang! An ear-piercing sound was heard as the golden wire knife flew back in an instant. Ziyue's mind was slightly shaken as he was somewhat shocked. Obviously, the golden wire knife was far inferior to the small sword of the channel leader. Even though the small sword had been weakened by the continuous impact, its power was still extremely strong. Fortunately, the small sword's power was also weakened to the extreme after colliding with the golden wire knife. After a slight pause, it finally rolled back. Whoosh! An ice arrow shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly pierced through the other eagle. The remaining power did not decrease as it rushed towards Ziyue. Ziyue's expression did not change. He also shot out a flame. Spiritual fire technique. Puff! The ice arrow shattered and was vaporized by the flame. The flame's power disappeared and quickly rushed toward the channel leader. With the spiritual fire technique at the completion level and the power of Ziyue's breakthrough to Mortal Realm Stage 5, the spiritual fire technique that Ziyue used had long surpassed the power of ordinary spiritual fire techniques. The channel leader's face showed shock for the first time. However, his figure still flew backwards in an instant. Like an illusion, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom! The flame raged and fell on the channel leader's original position, melting the ground and turning it into layers of sand. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, Ziyue's body was like lightning. The moment he got close to the channel leader, he quickly took out a cloth banner from his arms. Boom! The endless black fog quickly enveloped an area of more than 10 meters, and at the same time, it also pulled the retreating Captain Wu into it. Soul Amassing Banner. Severine souls screamed as they rushed toward the 5 passageways. Soul Amassing Banner. The channel leader's face instantly darkened. Of course, he knew where Ziyue's Soul Amassing Banner came from. However, his Soul Amassing Banner and Refined Corpse were both destroyed in the previous battle. Among the instruments on his body, only the small sword was still useful. Otherwise, he would not have such a hard time dealing with Ziyue. Channel leader, let me tell you a secret. Not only did your eldest disciple Zhang Yuchang die in my hands, but 3 years ago, your second disciple was also killed by me. As soon as his voice fell, the spiritual energy in Ziyue's body turned into rolling waves and once again rushed into the eagle swordsman painting. In an instant, two eagle and a swordsman appeared again and quickly rushed toward the channel leader. What? The channel leader was shocked. His hand, that was about to continue controlling the small sword, could not help but stop. However, he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. Waves of spiritual energy swept out and once again poured into the small sword. The darkness of Ian's souls naturally could not block his vision. The small sword was like a startled swan. After passing through Ian's soul in front of him, it burst out. At the same time, he reached into the cloth bag at the side and immediately took out a small pitch-black shield. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, a layer of black spiritual light quickly burst out of the small black shield and enveloped him. Shout! The two eagles let out a deafening cry and charged forward like sharp arrows. Boom! The spiritual light trembled but did not break at all. Then, a sword light ruthlessly slashed on the spiritual light, but it was also useless. The Ian souls, filled with ghostly aura, produced ghostly claws and ruthlessly stabbed on the spiritual light. However, the spiritual light only trembled and did not dissipate at all. The channel leader took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat while visualizing a spell. His speed was also extremely fast. Even though he was desperately blocked by the swordsman and the eagle, he quickly rushed out of the range of Ian Chi. An inexplicable aura suddenly spread in the void. From the channel leader's body, there was an astonishing spiritual pressure gathering. On the other side, the moment the channel leader's small sword rushed out, Ziyue's heart had a strong sense of crisis that could not be suppressed. There was no time to think carefully. Ziyue quickly visualized the spell in his mind and then shot it out. Spiritual fire spell. Puff! The magic tool, the small sword, lightly trembled. Its strength directly pierced through the spiritual light technique and destroyed it. Then, without losing any momentum, it pounced towards him. Chopping sword technique. A sword light turned into a silver light and fiercely slashed on the small sword. With Ziyue's current strength, how terrifying was the power of a full-strength attack. Coupled with the complete chopping sword technique, the force swept out like a turbulent wave and finally succeeded in knocking the small sword away. However, at this time, the channel leader's spell had already taken shape. Lesser Thousand Wind Blade Technique. Countless wind blades swept out like a wave. They were densely packed and all fell on the eagle, the swordsman, and the several ghosts. In just a moment, among the remaining 4 ghosts, 2 relatively weak ones were directly destroyed by the wind blades. The other ghosts were also rapidly weakened. Kill. At this time, Ziyue had also seen the channel leader's weakness. Moreover, he had no way to retreat. Withstanding the wind blades, he quickly approached. Puff, puff, puff. Countless wind blades landed on the spiritual light shield on his body, causing the spiritual light shield to tremble unceasingly. However, at this time, Ziyue had already approached the channel leader. In an instant, his battle saber swept out. Countless blade lights fell continuously, coupled with the attacks of the swordsman and the eagle. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh. 2 consecutive eagle cries were heard. Their bodies were the first to be unable to withstand the attack of countless wind blades. Finally, they turned into specks of spiritual light and disappeared again. Puff! The swordsman did not care. His sword fell one after another, causing the channel leader's shield to tremble constantly. Pop! Finally, at a certain moment, the spiritual light shattered. Taoist Wudong's originally sinister face suddenly changed. He wanted to escape, but all he saw were the blade lights that turned into stars and swept down on him. On the other side, the swordsman's long sword did not stop. It was like a snake flicking its tongue. It was extremely fast. Puff! The blade light entered the flesh. Puff! The sword light entered the body. Die! Ziyue raised his long sword for the last time. His eyes were filled with incomparable, murderous intent. Pop! At the same time, the spiritual light shield on Ziyue's body shattered. Chapter 136. Oomph. Ziyue snorted, but his saber did not stop moving. Puff! A head flew into the sky. In the void, the wind blades that had been lingering all this time also gradually dissipated. Then, they completely disappeared. He's finally dead. Master's revenge has been avenged. Bai Ziyue took a look at Chief Wu Dao, who was lying on the ground without any signs of life. Only then did he take a deep breath, revealing a relaxed and relieved expression. He had really used all his strength in this battle. Not only had he used all his means, but he had also used up a lot of the spiritual energy in his body. Out of the 8,000 rays of spiritual energy, he was left with less than 3,000 rays, which made him feel empty. However, in terms of the result, this little loss was nothing, so Ziyue did not pay too much attention to it for the time being. That was because he immediately felt a fiery pain on his back. It was as if there had always been a sharp aura that was causing damage to his body, preventing the wound from closing and healing. After sensing it slightly, Ziyue relaxed. Ziyue's current physical strength was, after all, different from before. Under the condition of being at the peak of internal refinement, under the enhancement of thick qi and blood, his skin and flesh had also become tougher. He was even more flexible than an old bull. In addition, the Vajra amulet on his body was still in effect, so the two wind blades only cut through his skin and less than half an inch into his back. The reason for the pain was because there was still spiritual energy left in it, which was still causing damage. Ziyue controlled the spiritual energy in his body to surge toward the two wounds, and soon the strands of foreign spiritual energy were dispersed by him. Then, Ziyue took out a cleaning amulet and a porcelain bottle from the cloth bag he carried with him. The cleaning amulet was activated, and a misty green light enveloped Ziyue. In an instant, the fine sweat that he had secreted from the fierce battle and the blood on his body were all wiped clean. He opened the porcelain bottle, poured out layers of fine powder, and carefully smeared it on the two wounds. After a burst of burning pain, he immediately felt a cooling sensation. Ziyue's flesh and blood surged and tightened his muscles. Naturally, no more blood flowed out. In addition, the medicinal powder continued to take effect. He could even feel new granulation growing on his wounds. He estimated that in 2 days, the scars would fall off and he would be completely healed. After treating his wounds, Ziyue turned his attention to the battlefield. With a slight move, the swordsman returned to the eagle swordsman diagram. In this battle, the portrait of the eagle swordsman played a crucial role. Otherwise, with the sharpness of Channel Elder Wu Dao's small sword, he would have been killed before he could even get close to his opponent. Soon after, the soul-gathering banner in his hand shook and the dense Yin Qi was swept back. The two Yin spirits that were drifting in the air also instantly returned. Of the 5 Yin spirits, only 2 were left. This caused the soul-gathering banner, which was not at its peak to begin with, to become even weaker. Fortunately, he was comforted by the fact that the Yin spirit that had absorbed the corpse core had not been destroyed. Otherwise, the loss would have been too great. Then, Ziyue walked in front of Channel Elder Wu Dao's corpse. The first thing he did was to take the small green sword in his hand. 36 restriction magic weapon. It is indeed a middle-grade magic weapon. Sensing the number of restrictions within this magic weapon, even though he had already guessed that this magic weapon was a middle-grade magic weapon, he was still shocked. Ziyue's golden threaded saber was only a 15 restriction magic weapon. The portrait of the eagle swordsman, which had played an important role, was also a 24 restriction magic weapon. These two magic weapons had less than 27 restrictions, so they were both low-grade magic weapons. As for this small green sword, the number of restrictions on it was 36. Naturally, it was a mid-grade magic weapon. As for its power, it could be seen from Channel Elder Wu Dao's display of power. It must be known that Taoist Wu Dao's immortal Dao realm was only at the 6th layer of qi condensation. He was only 1 layer higher than Ziyue. Of course, this was also due to Ziyue's lack of means. If he had grasped 1 or 2 powerful offensive magic techniques, he would not have fallen into such a difficult situation. The power of a perfected spirit flame technique was not weak, but it was only the lowest level of magic techniques. Naturally, it had an upper limit. After putting away the small azure sword, Baiziwe picked up the small black shield that had fallen to the ground. He quickly determined that it was also a low-grade defensive magic tool. Its defensive power was naturally superior to his spirit light shield by a level. Then, Ziwe took out a somewhat thick cloth bag from Channel Elder Wudao's corpse. He had already discovered that most of the items on Channel Elder Wudao's body came from this cloth bag. As he held the cloth bag in his hand, Ziwe quickly sensed that there were some differences. It was delicate, flexible, and even had a certain shrinkage function. This is clearly a bag made from the skin of some strange beast, or even a demonic beast. Regardless of its sturdiness or the amount of items it can hold, it is superior to some brocade cloth bags. At most, it seems that it can hold items twice the size of this animal skin bag. However, this is not the legendary storage bag. Such an item should not be something that ordinary cultivators of immortal Dao can possess. Moreover, this animal skin bag does not reduce weight. It is still as heavy as it should be. It is only convenient to store items. As Ziwe made his judgment, he thought of the legendary storage bag. Previously, he had specifically asked old Shiozai about storage bags. He did not expect that such a miraculous item would actually exist in this world. However, such an item was truly too precious. Old Shiozai said that not only had he never seen it, even his master had not seen it before. He had only heard his master mention it, and thus remembered it. After opening the animal skin bag, Ziwe's heart skipped a beat, even though he had already expected it. Naturally, he threw away the few Taoist robes that he had changed into. However, the following items caused his heart to involuntarily waver. 3 pieces of jade scroll, a few secret manuals, a talisman that was covered with a golden luster, an oval-shaped piece of silver-white metal, a wooden box, about 300 taels of gold and silver, 30 or so spirit stones of various sizes, and finally a piece of hard, paper-like item. Killing and arson is a golden belt. This time, the harvest is really huge. Ziwe looked at the pile of items on the ground and could not help but sigh. About 300 taels of gold and silver, compared to the other items, was simply not worth mentioning. Not to mention the other items, just the 30 spirit stones of various sizes, if taken out to exchange, would definitely be worth far more than the gold and silver. Not to mention the other items. Ziwe once again placed the items one by one into the animal skin bag and once again did an inventory. He first threw in the gold and silver spirit stones, then followed by the piece of silver-white metal. It seemed to be a bit light in his hand. Ziwe reached out and pinched it slightly. His expression changed. Even if he used all his strength, he could not leave the slightest mark on this piece of metal. It should be known that with his current strength, if he pressed his hand on pig iron, he could also leave a little mark. It should be a material for refining magic weapons. Looking at the material, it seems to be magic silver. Ziwe guessed, and also put it into the animal skin bag. Opening the wooden box, there was a stalk of ginseng inside. The ginseng's roots were complete, and it had even grown into a complete human shape. It was at least 800 years old, or even 1,000 years old. Moreover, Ziwe could clearly feel that this ginseng contained an astonishing spiritual nature. Its medicinal power was definitely extremely strong. This ginseng will be of great help to my martial arts cultivation. Ziwe thought about the future uses of this ginseng and finally picked up the talisman that was covered with golden luster. This talisman should be a middle grade or even a superior grade talisman without a doubt. However, it doesn't seem to be an offensive talisman. Instead, it seems to have an auxiliary characteristic. After all, Ziwe was also considered a talisman master. Even if he was limited by the fact that the 100 talisman catalog was incomplete and could only draw low-grade talismans, he still had some understanding of talismans and could naturally determine the characteristics of this talisman. Of course, he did not know what the specific use of this talisman was. In terms of knowledge, he was still somewhat lacking. Spirit Beast Mystic Record, Spiritual Materials Treasure Mirror, Zhou Chang's Restriction Explanation, Divine Sword Technique, Vajra Body Tempering Technique. A total of 5 books were arranged in order, causing Ziyue's breathing to become a little rapid. Among them, the Spirit Beast Mystic Record, Spiritual Materials Treasure Mirror, and Zhou Chang's Restriction Explanation were obviously some knowledge related to immortal techniques and would definitely increase his knowledge greatly. As for the Divine Sword Technique and Vajra Body Tempering Technique, if Ziyue guessed correctly, they should be martial arts. Moreover, it was the martial arts that the junior brother of Dao Master Wu, the Divine Sword Technique, Lu Zhiping, cultivated. One was an external cultivation technique, and the other was the Divine Sword Technique that he had become famous for. To Ziyue, these are the things that he needed next. Moreover, there are 3 jade map eyes here. Ziyue could not help but look at the 3 jade map eyes. In fact, he was looking forward to these jade map eyes the most. This was because it was very likely that there was the cultivation technique that he wanted, the cultivation technique that followed after the immortal cultivation technique. Of course, he also knew that there was little hope. It would be good if there were other immortal cultivation techniques. However, what made him hesitate was that he did not know if there would be other effects if he changed his cultivation technique. If possible, he naturally hoped to obtain the cultivation technique that followed after the Purple Qi Divine Technique. After all, he already knew that the Purple Qi Divine Technique seemed to have originated from a major immortal cultivation sect, the Chaiyang sect. From it, he might be able to obtain a cultivation technique that was above Qi refinement. However, the prerequisite was that he had to first cultivate the Purple Qi Divine Technique to above the 7th level, channeling his mental strength into the 3 jade map eyes one by one. Ziyue's face quickly revealed a trace of helplessness. He whispered to himself, "It seems that there is no need to think about it. There is no such thing as a cultivation technique after that. However, there are 2 spells and a method to refine a magic weapon." Of the 2 spells, one was the Thousand Mountain Wind Blade technique that Dao Master Wu Dao had used previously, and the other was the light body lifting technique that could make one as light as a swallow and increase one's speed. To Ziyue, these were naturally good things that were hard to come by. However, in his heart, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 137. As for the method of refining the magic tool, it was a way to refine the soul amassing flag from scratch and continuously upgrade the level of the soul amassing flag. According to the description, if the steps were followed, the soul amassing flag could even be upgraded to the level of a top upper level magic tool. Finally, Ziyue picked up the hard piece of paper. His palms sank slightly, and his heart was immediately filled with surprise. This looks like a rigid board, but it also doesn't seem to be. Could it be that the drawing on this board is a map? Ziyue frowned as he looked at the complicated patterns on the board. He had some doubts in his heart. Also, the positions of the mountains depicted on this map are somewhat similar to the situation around Qinga County. This mountain is obviously the Ghost Head Mountain. However, there is no beginning or end on this map. It is obviously the middle of the complete map. Ziyue looked at the edge of the board. It indeed looked like it was cut off from a complete rigid board. It looked square, but there were still some small irregularities. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch the edge of the board. His strength penetrated it, but it didn't move at all. He used his mental strength to observe. The scenery of the mountains and a road map were clearly imprinted in his mind. However, with just this, he couldn't find anything at all. Obviously, this should be a treasure road map. However, for some reason, it was cut up by someone. I don't know how many pieces it was cut into. In short, with just this map, it is obviously impossible to find the real destination. Ziyue guessed in his heart and made his own judgment. However, there was one thing that he was very sure of. Just by looking at the map, which was made of an unknown material but was shockingly hard, the treasure hidden at the destination was definitely not simple. Moreover, this Channelhead 5 obviously knew something. Otherwise, a disciple of the Corpse Ghost sect like him wouldn't have deliberately come to this remote Clear River town. Moreover, it just so happened that he established the Ghost Head stronghold in the Ghost Head Mountain on the route of the treasure map. After putting everything away, Ziyue directly got up and went under a big tree. The fierce battle from before didn't affect this place, so the horse was safe and sound. Taking off the reins, Ziyue flipped onto the horse. He did not deliberately hasten the journey. He only urged the horse to slowly return to the original path. This time, not only did I avenge my master by killing the fifth hall master, I also reaped great rewards. However, it would take time to convert all of these gains into combat power. However, judging from left enforcer Zhao Jing's attitude towards me in Qinghe Town's Scorching Sun Gang, he clearly wouldn't give me the time. Once he really becomes the sect master, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. Sitting on the horse, Ziyue's mind spun quickly. Right now, there was a huge crisis in front of him. Only by resolving this crisis could he truly leave with peace of mind. As the saying goes, if there's a first time, there will be a second time. No matter what reason the other party had for attacking him, Ziyue would never be willing to sit and wait for death. After pondering for a while, Ziyue's eyes flickered with determination. Then, he urged the horse to gallop and turned around to return to Cloud Leaf Village. After dealing with the seemingly enthusiastic but actually fawning neighbors, Ziyue entered his house in his old home. With a pull of his hand, he directly took out a small green sword. 36 restrictions, middle-grade magic weapon, green light sword. Ziyue stretched out his hand and lightly touched it. The sharpness of the sword easily cut a small hole in his skin, causing him to be even more moved. This was the first middle-grade magic weapon he had obtained. Just a slight test was enough to make him extremely moved. With his control over his physical body, the small hole almost instantly closed. In just 1 or 2 hours, it would be as good as new. Therefore, he didn't mind it and hurriedly immersed his mind and began to carefully refine it. From the beginning, Ziyue knew that only with strength would he have confidence. Without strength, any ideas would only be a castle in the air. If he wanted to make a move when he returned to Qinghe Town, he had to first raise his strength as much as possible. Although his current strength was not weak, it was still not enough. This middle-grade magic weapon, Green Light Sword, was naturally his first choice. As his mind power entered, layers of restrictions were contaminated and refined by his mind power. Like a hot knife through butter, he broke through 5 or 6 restrictions. However, very quickly, he felt that his mind power was somewhat insufficient. Clearly, it was caused by the rapid consumption. Without hesitation, Ziyue hurriedly lit up a magic incense, the soul-gathering incense. Feeling that his mind power was quickly recovering, Ziyue immediately began to refine it continuously. After an hour, Ziyue's somewhat tired face finally revealed a smile. With the help of his little mind power, Ziyue activated the green light sword. Buzz! As his spirit power surged, the green light sword released a trace of unique light and floated in front of him. Go! Ziyue waved his hand slightly, and the green light sword immediately turned into a bolt of lightning. It directly pierced through the window of his old home and shot onto a stone block outside the door. Poof! The cut was smooth, and the stone block was instantly cut into 2. With a slight wave of his hand, the green light sword flew back into the room and floated in front of Ziyue. As expected of a middle-grade magic weapon, its power is far greater than the golden thread dagger that I used before. A trace of joy flashed in Ziyue's eyes. He was very satisfied with this small sword. Of course, correspondingly, the spirit power required to activate this small sword was also far greater than that of the golden thread dagger. However, compared to its power, it was nothing. Taking advantage of the little time he still had, Ziyue did the same thing and refined the small black shield. Finally, he was more confident in his heart. Unknowingly, night fell. In a small village in the countryside, there was naturally no nightlife. When the sky was dark, basically everyone returned to their own homes to rest. When it was close to 8 o'clock, there was no one outside the entire village. However, at this moment, Ziyue walked out of the door and silently out of the village. Soon, Ziyue came to a desolate place 4 or 5 miles away from the Cloudleaf village. And not far from where he was, It was a desolate and dilapidated village. Under the moonlight, it stood faintly and looked extremely quiet. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to meet this ghost territory. It was not really for the villagers of the Cloudleaf Village. If it was within his ability, he would naturally do it. However, if it was not necessary, he would not take such a big risk. In the final analysis, it was because Ziyue's confidence had greatly increased after the battle with the Channel Chief Wu. Moreover, he really did need to borrow the spirits of the ghost territory to increase the power of his soul-amassing flag. He, who had obtained the complete refining method of the soul-amassing flag, was indeed very tempted by the power of the soul-amassing flag described in the book. Moreover, after the previous continuous consumption, the value of his spirit power was also a little insufficient. If it was possible, he also wanted to replenish his spirit power here and keep it for future use. At this moment, Ziyue was actually considered to have stepped into the territory of the ghost territory. Traces of gloomy and cold aura surrounded his body, but it was all dispelled by his vigorous chi and blood. After all, it was the ghost territory. Ziyue also appeared to be careful. He did not rush directly into the Lotus Village. Instead, he took out a soul-guiding incense, inserted it into the ground, and lit it. The faint smoke of the incense drifted with the wind and gradually approached the Lotus Village. As expected, a few phantoms soon appeared from the Lotus Village. Under Ziyue's Spirit Eye technique, the moment they appeared, they were already caught by him. It was a group of 7- or 8-year-old children. Plain clothes, empty eyes, and a pale face. They approached. Their figures seemed to be cheerful, but their faces were expressionless. When they moved, they were even more stiff, like marionettes. This group of children, Ziyue's face could not help but reveal a trace of a strange expression. He suddenly remembered the child he had encountered not long after he had transmigrated. How similar was it to the appearance of this group of children? However, perhaps as time passed, the appearance of these children and the degree of tyranny of their soul bodies were far superior to the one he had encountered before. It seems that the child I encountered back then came out of the Lotus Village. In this way, I can be considered to have my revenge. Ziyue thought in his heart. Soon he saw this group of children rushing out of the Lotus Village, turned into phantoms, and directly rushed over. The closer they got, the more ferocious the children's faces became. They were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, wanting to kill it. Go! When this group of children was less than 10 meters away from Ziyue, he calmly took out the soul-gathering flag, and spiritual power surged. With a whoosh, the wind rolled up, and more than 10 children were pulled into the soul-gathering flag, almost without any resistance. Occasionally, the stronger soul bodies were driven into the flag by the 2 primary souls in the soul-gathering flag. After easily capturing more than 10 children, Ziyue did not think much of it. Soon, he saw some other ghosts that could not resist the attraction of the soul-attracting incense and approached. The soul-attracting incense was a special spiritual item, and its attraction to ghosts was indeed great. In a short time, hundreds of Een souls were attracted. Moreover, perhaps due to the special environment of the ghost territory, the souls of these Een souls were generally stronger than the Een souls he had attracted in the graveyard. Even those little ghosts had souls that were much more solid than the average Een soul. They were not any worse than the warriors who had forged their outer skin membrane. As for the other Een souls, most of them had the strength of outer forged flesh. If they were to wander outside, almost every one of them had the strength to destroy a family and wipe out an entire family. Fortunately, because these ghosts were formed by people who died unjustly in the Lotus Village, most of them are restricted by the area and cannot leave the village at will. Otherwise, if all of them were to wander outside, the harm would be great. Ziyue's gaze was somewhat relieved. He also knew that some ghosts that died unjustly could not leave their place of death too far. Once they went too far, their soul body would dissipate, and there would be the danger of their soul dissipating. These ghosts were generally known as earthbound spirits. They were extremely vicious, but they could only harm people within a certain range. It was obvious that most of the ghosts in the Lotus Village were earthbound spirits. For example, the children that could freely leave the Lotus Village were in the minority. Chapter 138. When the soul-luring incense burned out, Zue did not hesitate and immediately poured in a large amount of spiritual power. In an instant, the hundreds of spirits in the soul-gathering banner began to devour each other. The soul bodies of these ghosts were relatively stronger. Basically, after a dozen ghosts devoured each other, the last remaining ghost would not be weaker than the two main souls beside by Zue. Therefore, at this time, Zue would summon the spirit with a slight wave of his hand, and let it be one of the primary souls of the soul-gathering banner. Soon, there were 12 primary souls besides Zue. Each of these host souls had dense chi and dense ghost chi. Their eyes were ferocious and ruthless above their solid soul bodies. Even if they were floating in the void, they were like the most ferocious ghosts in the world. They were ferocious and terrifying, enough to make any ordinary person tremble in fear and not dare to move. With the protection of the 12 original souls, Bai Zue became more confident. He didn't continue to take out the soul-luring incense to attract the evil souls. Instead, he walked directly into the ghost region Lotus Village. The closer he got, the more eerie Zue could feel the spirit. Even with Zue's majestic blood chi, he was slightly suppressed. Then, the moment Zue stepped into the Lotus Village, buzz! The originally empty village seemed to have suddenly become lively. A busker was performing a show. A little monkey was jumping around happily, causing some children to clap their hands in joy. Far away, there were some elders who were sitting on stools with a satisfied face. They were smiling as they watched. Further away, there were bursts of meat aroma. Obviously, someone was cooking. Joy and peace inexplicably made people want to stay and even immerse themselves in it. Little brother, don't you think my monkey is smart? Little thing, turn over and let this little brother appreciate it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the busker who was performing the show. He suddenly called out to Zue. As soon as he finished speaking, the little monkey turned its eyes in a very human-like manner. It turned its body and somersaulted. Little brother, do you think my show is exciting? Do you want to show your support? I don't mind if it's 1 or 2 copper coins. You won't lose out even if it's 1 or 2 taels. As Wuxia spoke, he led the monkey towards Zue. A humble smile appeared on his face. The monkey put its palms together and bowed repeatedly, appearing to understand human nature. No need. I'm afraid that if I look at it for too long, I won't be able to come out. As Bai Zue spoke, the spiritual power in his body vibrated. The 12 evil souls in the soul-amassing banner seemed to turn into lightning and rushed out directly. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The village was still the same village, but the originally joyous and peaceful scene had completely disappeared. Unbeknownst to him, sinister ghosts began to gather around Zue. From the looks of it, there were quite a few of them, male and female, old and young. However, each of their faces looked extremely sinister and terrifying, ferocious and frightening. The moment Zue made his move, the ghosts that were slightly calmer all let out mournful screams and rushed towards Zue. As expected of the ghost territory, previously, I plucked out more than 100 ghosts, but there are still more than 100 here. In addition to the ones that are rapidly approaching from afar, there are more than 300 ghosts in total. Moreover, there are also many ghosts that are equivalent to the strength of an internal refinement warrior. As Zue thought to himself, he casually opened a scroll. The eagle swordsman painting. Buzz. In an instant, 2 eagles and a swordsman appeared in front of Zue. Without any hesitation, they directly faced the ghosts. Zue stood at the back, holding the soul-amassing banner in his hand. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ghosts that slipped through the net approached him, and he directly controlled the soul-amassing banner to envelop them. The soul-amassing banner was a powerful Dharma artifact that gathered and subdued souls. It had an extremely strong restraining effect on ghosts. Under the control of Ziyue's spiritual power, the ghosts were sucked into the soul-amassing banner one by one, and then continuously refined. Almost instantly, the ghosts that were thrown into the soul-amassing banner were subdued. Then, they swallowed each other and grew stronger. Soon, Ean's soul turned into a primary soul and rushed into the battlefield. These primary souls were generally stronger and more ferocious than ordinary ghosts. When they fought, they were extremely ruthless. When they found the right opportunity, they would attack and kill other Een souls and then swallow them whole. In this way, not only were they not exhausted during the battle, but they also became stronger. Whoosh! The swordsman's sword was like lightning. With one sword, any Een soul that blocked in front of him was cut in half like a wisp of smoke. With another wave of his hand, the Een soul turned into flying ash, completely dispersing. As a result, Ziyue's spiritual power points finally started to increase. The two eagles' bodies were huge. Although their attacking power was not as strong as the swordsman's, their attacks were equally ferocious. Every time they attacked, a large number of ghosts would be swept away. When their sharp claws scratched, almost no ghosts could resist. Occasionally, a few ghosts that were equivalent to internal refinement level would attack, but under the cooperation of the two eagles, they were quickly torn apart. Even if there were really strong and unstoppable ghosts, the swordsman would help. Usually, after 2 or 3 sword strikes, the ghosts would be destroyed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the soul-amassing banner in Ziyue's hand trembled continuously, and a feeling of swelling came out in an instant. It's reached the limit. All 24 primary souls have been gathered. After Ziyue released the last primary soul, he immediately understood. At this moment, the soul-amassing banner in his hand could be considered to have reached its peak and could unleash its strongest power. As a result, Ziyue released all 24 primary souls, the 2 eagles and the swordsman's, in the battlefield. With Ziyue's support at the back, they steadily gained the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the hundreds of ghosts were subdued and killed. At this moment, the entire village seemed to be somewhat empty. Creak, 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 creak. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts. All of a sudden, the Inshi in the depths of the village abruptly flourished. After that, Bai Ziyue noticed that an entire 8 tall figures that had condensed into material actually emitted creaking sounds as they stepped on the ground. The 8 figures didn't come alone. They were like coachmen, lined up in 2 rows, carrying a luxurious palanquin, slowly stepping out from the depths of the village. The moment they appeared, the dense, baleful Yin Qi suddenly flourished. Under the distortion of the Yin Qi, the moon in the sky was completely covered at this moment. Ziyue looked behind him. He did not know when a barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his way out. Ghost men carrying the palanquin. The real malicious ghosts have finally appeared. Seeing these figures, Ziyue's face became more serious. From the degree of condensation of the souls, these 8 ghost men each had the strength of the late stage of internal refining, or even the peak of internal refining. They could be said to be extremely strong. But what really caught Ziyue's attention were the faint figures in the palanquin carried by the ghost men. Malicious ghosts. They were equivalent to malicious ghosts in the inner Qi realm. With the appearance of the ghost men carrying the palanquin, the originally ferocious ghosts seemed to be somewhat afraid, and at this moment, all of them retreated. Trespassing into my ghost region, kill. A sharp voice, like a sharp arrow, pierced out directly, making the surrounding ghost souls somewhat unstable. This voice seemed to carry the meaning of a mental attack, and it was very unique. As soon as it finished speaking, the ghostly creatures that had quieted down suddenly went berserk once again. And this time, these ghosts were even more ferocious. Their faces were hideous, their mouths were huge, and their teeth were filled with blood. They were incomparably terrifying. Even the 8 ghost men at that moment abruptly raised their palanquins and threw them into the air. Then, they all turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Bai Ziyue. As they stepped on the ground, creaking sounds could be heard. They moved as if they were flying, and their speed was extremely fast. It was as if they were using a top-notch lightness technique, pretending to be mysterious. Seeing this scene, Ziyue snorted coldly. The 24 primary souls, the 2 eagle and the swordsman, who had paused for a moment, once again went forward to meet them. As for Bai Ziyue, it was at this moment that he made his move. A small green sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then it trembled slightly and stopped directly in front of him. Go! Countless streaks of spiritual energy flowed into the green light sword, and in an instant, the small sword turned into a stream of light, rushing out. Puff! One of the ghost men, who had just taken a few steps, had its entire head explode, and the soul body that had reformed became much weaker. The flying sword turned, and the ghost man's head was directly separated. A primary soul immediately took the opportunity to fly over, and suddenly opened its mouth wide. The mouth, which had expanded by dozens of times, swallowed the ghost man's head in one gulp. Buzz! 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 The primary soul trembled all over, as if it could not withstand such a strong soul body attack, and wisps of black gas continuously escaped. Its body swelled, and the ghost man's soul body inside seemed to be fiercely resisting. But very quickly, the primary soul's soul body stopped trembling. At this moment, its aura suddenly increased greatly, as if it had reached a certain limit, and its strength became even more violent. When it collided, some of the ghosts could not withstand it all, and were torn to pieces in just 2 or 3 moves. With a slight wave of his hand, Ziyue called back the green light sword. Then a ball of flame, with a whistling sound, flew out. Bang! The scorching flame directly engulfed one of the ghost men. The ghost man let out a miserable cry and struggled with all its might, but gradually became weaker, and then very quickly, it turned into ashes and its soul dispersed. As his immortal cultivation had increased to Mortal Realm Stage 5, the power of Ziyue's spiritual flame technique had naturally increased. In addition, the spiritual flame itself had the ability to suppress ghosts, so naturally, it could easily kill the ghost man. How dare you! With a loud shout, the malicious spirit in the palanquin could no longer sit still. Chapter 139. A fiery red figure dashed out like a sharp arrow. It was so fast that it reached Ziyue from dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Before a primary soul could react, it opened its claws and tore the primary soul into 2 halves. When the primary soul was formed again, it was so weak that it looked like it would be destroyed at any time. Ziyue raised his head to take a look and felt a sense of dread in his heart. The malicious ghost was wearing a red robe and was dressed in a coquettish manner. However, it looked like a real man. On its thick arms, there were sharp ghost claws that could break diamond. When it stood up, it was taller than 2 people. Just its aura alone was enough to make some primary souls tremble and not dare to approach it. The malicious ghost was indeed powerful. The swordsman took the opportunity to stab at the malicious ghost. However, the malicious ghost slapped the malicious ghost back. The malicious ghost's claws collided with the sharp long sword, and there was a clang. Then, the swordsman was swept away by the huge force. The malicious ghost moved again. It was as fast as lightning and wanted to kill the swordsman. Through the previous battle, the malicious ghost could tell that the swordsman was the most powerful one among the enemies. However, before it could move, a small green sword dashed toward it like a sharp blade. Puff! The sharp small sword pierced through the malicious ghost's head in an instant. However, the malicious ghost was a soul body. Even though its head was pierced, it recovered in an instant. Then, it let out a roar that sounded like crying and howling. As the soul trembled, not only did all the ghosts in the surroundings come to a standstill, even Ziyue felt a momentary dizziness. Ghost wailing and god howling. The malicious ghost was ferocious. It moved and quickly approached Ziyue. The ghost claws in its hands were 3 meters long. They were sharp and terrifying. However, even though Ziyue's mind was affected, The two eagle and the swordsman were not affected at all. They did not have a soul body and were purely summoned creatures. With a flash of sword radiance, it cut a big hole in the soul body. An eagle swooped down from high up in the sky, as if it was carrying a tremendous force, crashing down directly. Boom! The malicious ghost, who was about to approach, was sent flying 10 meters away. However, the eagle was also torn into pieces by the ghost claw. It is indeed extraordinary. Ziyue came to his senses in an instant. He was furious. He reached into his bosom and took out a porcelain bottle along with several spirit stones. He reached out his hand and crushed the porcelain bottle, revealing a round spiritual pill. It was the recovery pill that he got from Zhang Yuchang's when he killed him. The effect of the soul recovery pill was no weaker than that of the soul gathering incense. Moreover, it could only be used once. It was more suitable to be used in battle. He swallowed the recovery pill in one gulp. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his mind was clear. His spiritual power was greatly restored and quickly rose to the peak. At the same time, Ziyue's spiritual power circulated and turned into a huge suction force. Buzz! The spiritual stones in Ziyue's hand lost their original luster and turned into ordinary stones in the blink of an eye. The spiritual power in his body, which had been consumed by more than half, was quickly recovering. At this time, Ziyue reached out his hand and waved slightly, calling back the green light sword. The surging spiritual power flowed in, and the green light sword turned into a stream of light again, rushing directly at the malicious ghost. Then, Ziyue pointed at the eagle swordsman painting. Buzz! 2 eagles and a swordsman appeared in front of Ziyue. However, this time, the eagle and the swordsman did not rush out immediately. Instead, they stood guard in front of Ziyue, protecting him behind them. At this time, Ziyue did not stop. Whether it was controlling the green light sword or summoning the eagle swordsman, he was trying to buy time for himself. He was trying to buy enough time to cast the spell. As a result, Ziyue's face turned stern. His mental strength surged violently, and extremely complicated inscriptions began to form in his mind. 10 lines, 15 lines, 20 lines, one after another. They were tightly combined and pulled together to form a huge and complicated array. At first, the formation of the runes was fast. However, as time passed and his spiritual power continued to be consumed, the runes in his mind became slower and slower. Ziyue had no choice but to reach into his chest again and crush another porcelain bottle. A round spiritual pill turned into a beam of green light and shot into his mouth. The soul recovery elixir melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Then, it was as if there was a layer of light green, flowing light that quickly flowed into his mind. He immediately felt his spiritual power shake and increase dramatically once again. 25 lines, 30 lines, 35 lines. As he continued to outline the runes, the void seemed to become thicker. An oppressive aura caused all the ghosts to feel uneasy. The malicious ghost naturally felt the change on Ziyue's side. It screamed and tore the swordsman in front of it into pieces with its claws. Then, it turned into a ray of flowing light and quickly rushed over. Screech! The 2 eagles let out a long screech. As their huge bodies rolled, it was as if endless wind and clouds covered the sky and the earth. The malicious ghost glared, its lifeless eyes becoming more ferocious. Its ghostly claws were like lightning as it wantonly waved them. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the heads of the 2 eagles were separated from their bodies. However, at this moment, a sword light bloomed in front of the malicious ghost. Then it approached bit by bit. As the cold sword chi swallowed and spat out, it caused its soul to tremble. Whoosh! The malicious ghost's soul trembled violently. In an instant, it turned illusory, as if it had disappeared from its original position. Illusory and corporeal transformation. When the sword light flashed, the malicious ghost's body suddenly solidified. Its ghostly claws were like lightning as it slashed the swordsman's body into several pieces. Then, it scattered and turned into spiritual light. At this moment, several primary souls used all their strength to meet the malicious ghost. They wantonly attacked and tore at it. However, it couldn't do anything to the malicious spirit at all. Its soul was extremely condensed, and every move it made contained an enormous amount of power. It let out a sharp shriek, and the approaching ghost froze on the spot before being rammed into by its body. Boom! The three primary souls suddenly scattered. It took a long time for them to reassemble. At this moment, the malicious ghost was finally within 3 meters of Ziyue. Its eyes were filled with ferociousness. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, causing the void to emit a sharp whistling sound. Thunder Fall Technique. Fall. However, at this moment, Ziyue finally condensed this technique. The moment the 42 runes were completely condensed, the spiritual power in Ziyue's body rolled back and poured into the technique. In the void, dense dark clouds spread. The dark environment of Lotus Village, which was already shrouded in yin qi, became even darker. Whoosh! The power of thunder and lightning gathered wantonly in the void, stirring up heaven and earth. At this moment, the hearts of all the ghosts trembled violently. They revealed an extremely fearful expression. The malicious ghost screamed and felt extremely frightened. It madly attacked Ziyue, hoping to stop the technique from condensing. However, in front of Ziyue, layer after layer of light film condensed. One was naturally the technique that he had mastered, the Divine Light Shield. The other was the Defensive Shield, a low-grade defensive magical artifact. With 2 layers of protection, even though the malicious ghost attack power was extraordinary, it could not cause any harm to Ziyue in a short period of time. Moreover, with a whistling sound, a flame turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the malicious ghost's body. Then it violently exploded on its body. The malicious ghost's movements could not help but stop. The yin qi madly surged. Although the spiritual fire was quickly extinguished, at this moment, the thunder and lightning brewing in the dark clouds also fell. Whoosh! The sound of thunder and lightning piercing through the sky was heard. Then, with a rumbling sound, a bolt of lightning fell directly on the malicious ghost's body. Whoosh! The violent power of thunder and lightning directly hit the malicious ghost's soul until it trembled. The originally ferocious aura immediately dissipated by more than half, and the solidification of its soul was greatly reduced. Whoosh! Another bolt of lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. The malicious ghost madly roared and frantically tried to dodge, but it was simply unable to dodge. After the first strike, there was another. Lightning continued to strike down. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. After a total of 5 bolts of lightning fell, the malicious ghost soul was finally completely shattered. It was completely obliterated by the power of thunder and lightning, and its soul scattered. Immediately after, Ziyue pointed again, and the lightning fell directly on the other ghosts. As for the remaining ghost men, they were all killed by his lightning fall technique one by one. After a total of 10 bolts of lightning fell, the power of thunder and lightning in the clouds was finally exhausted. The wind blew and the clouds dispersed. At this moment, the entire Lotus Village was almost completely destroyed. The houses had collapsed and turned into ruins. There were also many pits left on the ground, and it was completely charred black. Perhaps it was because the destruction of the thunder and lightning had dispersed the yin qi that enveloped the area, but the void also lit up. Looking up, the bright moonlight shone down from the horizon, causing light to clearly appear on the ground of Lotus Village. Go! Looking at the trembling primary souls at the side, there were some strong and some weak. It was rare that none of them had died. With a thought, the soul-gathering banner flashed. In an instant, these primary souls turned into streaks of black light and rushed into the ruins of Lotus Village. Ziyue naturally noticed that other than some of the ghosts that were killed by the Thunderfall technique, there were also some that hid in the ruins. At this moment, The ghost hunter had been killed by him and had dissipated. The power of the Earthbind might not have any effect on them. Naturally, he had to guard against these ghosts from spreading out and harming people. Only then did Baiziua walk to the place where the ferocious ghost had been killed. A black bead was lying there quietly. Chapter 140. Ghost Elixir. Just like the monster elixir of a monster, the ghost elixir was the most precious item of the ferocious ghost. The ghost elixir was extremely reserved. It lay there quietly without any spiritual light. However, Ziue could not help but feel happy when he saw it. He waved the soul-amassing banner in his hand. Instantly, a gust of Yin-Chi emerged and rolled the ghost elixir to him. Without any hesitation, the spiritual power in Ziue's body rushed into the ghost elixir. The soul-amassing banner also shone brightly. Streaks of greenish-black light poured into the ghost elixir. Soon, strands of extremely strong black demonic chi were drawn out from the ghost elixir and merged into the soul-amassing banner. After half an hour, the ghost elixir had completely lost its luster. On the soul-amassing banner, the yin chi was so strong that it almost overflowed. In the turbulence, there seemed to be a surge of power. As expected, the ghost elixir can improve the quality of the soul-amassing banner and make its material better. In this way, I can also engrave inhibition spells on it to improve the quality of the soul-amassing banner. It is even possible to upgrade it to a middle-grade magic weapon. Ziue compared it with the method of refining and upgrading the soul-amassing banner. He felt the difference and was slightly excited. The higher the grade of the soul-amassing banner, the more Yin souls it could collect. The strength of the Yin souls would also be stronger. Naturally, it would be more helpful to him in battle. However, he didn't know much about restrictive spells. Although the soul-amassing flag could be refined and improved, he still decided to wait until he had carefully studied Zhou Chang's restrictive spells before trying it out. All the Yin souls here have been killed. The ghost elixir will naturally dissipate. It is no longer a threat to the Cloud Leaf Village. In this way, I have done a good deed. After all the main souls had entered the soul-amassing banner, Ziue activated his spiritual eye skill. Seeing that there were no Yin souls left in the Lotus Village, he felt excited. The Cloud Leaf Village was his hometown. If possible, he didn't want it to be shrouded by the ghost region and become a ghost village. Moreover, Baiziua had gained a lot this time. Not only did the soul-amassing flag's power increase tremendously, but it also restored its peak combat power as a 24 restriction celestial weapon. Baiziua's spiritual power also increased tremendously. Thinking of this, he looked at his attribute panel again. Name: Ziue Strength. 37 cannot be upgraded. Speed: 33 cannot be increased. Physique: 39 cannot be upgraded. Spirit: 22 unable to increase. Spiritual power: 8,000 upgradable. Martial arts: flawless Vajra body. Flawless Vajra body martial techniques. Perfection of 18 consecutive strikes. Perfection of straight punch. Perfection of chopping blade technique. Perfection of cloud leap. Small success of lancet blade technique can be upgraded. Perfection of heaven binding hands traceless blade has not been initiated, cannot be upgraded. Heart-piercing hammer technique has not been initiated, cannot be upgraded. Immortal technique. Purple chi visualization technique. Level 5 talisman technique has reached perfection magic. Perfection of spiritual flame technique. Perfection of divine light shield. Small success of resentment cleansing technique can be upgraded. Perfection of spiritual eye technique. Perfection of thunderfall technique cannot be upgraded. Perfection of light body technique cannot be upgraded. Perfection of thousand mountain wind blade technique cannot be upgraded. Spiritual energy. 95123 inch, including the original 10,000 points. My spiritual energy has skyrocketed by more than 80,000 points. I'm only 5,000 points away from 100,000 points. Looking at the spiritual energy points, Ziue's face revealed a hint of excitement once again. This feeling was even more exciting than when he had obtained more than 5,000 taels of silver previously. After all, this spiritual energy could actually increase his cultivation and strength. It was much more practical than silver, because he had already upgraded once before. Ziyue's immortal technique realm and martial arts realm had also been upgraded to the current peak. Therefore, even if he had a lot of spiritual energy, he didn't upgrade it again. Soon, he returned to the Cloud Leaf Village. In this battle, I relied more on the power of the Thunderfall technique. The power of thunder and lightning is very effective against ghosts. The only pity is that the Thunderfall technique has a total of 42 talismans. With my spiritual energy, it's a bit difficult to cast it. I estimate that I'll need to break through to the Mortal Realm Stage 6 to be able to cast it without any external help. Sitting on his bed, Ziyue silently recovered his spiritual energy, and at the same time, summed up his experience. The Thunderfall technique was the strongest technique that he had mastered. Naturally, he was satisfied with its power. However, the time required to cast it was a bit troublesome. Now, he only hoped that he could quickly find the cultivation method for the Purple Chi visualization technique and raise it to the Mortal Realm Stage 6. Otherwise, he would be able to learn the Thunderfall technique as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to increase his casting speed. If he could be like the Spiritual Eye technique and turn it into a magical ability, then Ziyue would wake up laughing in his dreams. Ziyue was not too surprised that the Green Light Sword, a middle-grade magic tool, did not play its greatest role in this battle. Firstly, it hadn't been long since he obtained this magic tool, so it wasn't easy for him to use it. Secondly, it was an object of Ean's spirits, which could transform between virtual and real. Magic tools weren't as effective against them as spells, so it was naturally difficult for it to display its full potential. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. After resting, Ziyue's spiritual energy was restored to its original state. The spiritual energy in his body had also recovered by more than half. It did not affect his combat ability. Walking out of the door, Ziyue heard Sixth Aunt Zhang and the others talking about last night's wailing and howling. Not long after, the villagers also noticed the changes in the Lotus Village, which was not far from the Cloudleaf Village. Soon, there were bold villagers who approached. When they returned, they boasted about how the Heavenly Thunder Fall technique eliminated the demonic ghosts, and how the demonic ghosts and gods caused chaos in the world. If an immortal passed by and did not see eye to eye, he would kill them. Gradually, it was said that it was a powerful immortal called the Lightning Ancestor who sent down the heavenly punishment to help them eliminate the demonic ghosts. Their Cloud Leaf Village was also under the protection of the Lightning Ancestor so that they could enjoy peace for generations to come. Some people even directly placed the Lightning Ancestor's memorial tablet on their altar and burned incense as a sacrifice. Some people thought of asking Ziyue about this. After all, his identity was not ordinary, and he was naturally more knowledgeable. Regarding this, Ziyue could only say that he did not know and evaded the question. False reputation was of no use to him. He did not need other people's worship. Naturally, he would not ask for trouble and admit that he killed the demonic ghosts. Unknowingly, night fell again. It was still the same mountain temple. Ziyue tied the horse to a stone pillar in the temple and sat cross-legged in meditation. Looking at the sky, he estimated the time. Ziyue finally stood up. He took out the eagle swordsman portrait and tapped it lightly. In the blink of an eye, an eagle appeared beside him. Without any hesitation, Ziyue jumped lightly onto the eagle's back. Without a sound, the eagle spread its wings and flew high into the sky. It turned into a pitch-black shadow and directly rushed into the distance. After 30 breaths, the eagle landed in the desolate graveyard with a flutter. Then, it finally dissipated into the void because of the exhaustion of its spiritual power. Stepping on the graveyard and looking at the dark and desolate scene around him, Ziyue's expression did not change in the slightest. To the current Ziyue, ordinary demonic ghosts were no longer a threat to him. On the contrary, the demonic ghosts here would tremble at the sight of him and not dare to approach in the slightest. It was not only because of his thick chi and blood, but also because of the aura on his body that demonic ghosts were naturally afraid of. Stepping out of the graveyard with ease, Ziyue quickly walked to some streets. Under the darkness of night, there were no pedestrians outside at this time. As by Ziyue deliberately avoided some people, almost no one was able to discover his tracks. Even if he could not avoid them, he could easily jump onto the roof and jump on the roof as if there was nothing. This was not only the effect of the cloud walking technique, but also a spell from the people of the 5 paths, the light body technique. Only when he truly used this spell did Ziyue feel the wonders of this spell. Not only did it make his body as light as a swallow, he could step on the ground without making a sound. With a light leap, he could reach a distance of 30 to 40 feet. It could also be combined with other light body techniques and used with the cloud walking technique. Bai Ziyue reckoned that even those powerhouses in the internal force realm would not be able to match his current speed when they used their movement techniques. At this time, thinking back to when Zhang Yuchang's fat body floated on the water with ease, it was obvious that it was because he used this light body technique. It was really amazing. Soon, a somewhat familiar building appeared in front of him. With a light leap, Ziyue flipped over and stepped in. Then, he calmly took out a cloth banner from his chest and gently unfolded it. In an instant, a layer of gray mist shrouded the entire courtyard. However, this layer of gray fog was not at all conspicuous under the cover of the dark night and would not attract anyone's attention. Then, Ziyue lightly tapped, and a primary soul appeared beside him. "Go, give him a scare first." Ziyue chuckled. The dark spirit seemed to have felt Ziyue's intention and excitedly roared. Then, like a sharp arrow, it pierced through the wooden wall in front of him and entered a room. This period of time could be said to be the most exciting period for Guo Jingyang. With the death of the leader, his master, Zhao Jing's status had greatly increased, and he had become one of the strongest contenders for the position of leader. In a short period of time, his status in the entire Qinghe town Scorching Sun Gang had greatly increased. Some of the inner sect disciples and stewards who thought they were strong and looked down on him had also started to treat him with respect. An endless stream of benefits had also been given out, especially after knowing his master's plan. The person who had always made him tremble in fear had completely disappeared and was no longer a threat. Therefore, even when he was sleeping, he had become soundly asleep. Suddenly, he felt his body turn cold and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. This caused him, who had a lot of qi and blood after practicing martial arts, to shiver uncontrollably. "What's going on?" In a daze, Guo Zhangyang opened his eyes. Chapter 141. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, a chill rushed from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, freezing his body and mind. In front of him, there was a dark, sinister thing with green fangs and a ferocious face. It was floating in front of the bed, slowly approaching. As the green-faced, fanged being got closer, the chill from the bottom of his heart became deeper, as if it could freeze him to the bone. "Ghost! Ghost!" Guo Jingyang's whole body trembled. "Ghost! This must be a ghost." He was extremely sure, but then he was extremely horrified. At this moment, he couldn't summon the slightest bit of resistance. He only felt that his soul was about to leave his body. Due to incontinence, a hot and wet feeling was produced in his crotch. "Senior Guo, I trust you've been well since we last met." Just as Guo Jingyang was at a loss, and his thoughts were in a mess, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. Then he saw the door to his room open silently, and a figure he never expected to see suddenly walked in from outside. "Ziyue, are you a human or a ghost?" Guo Jingyang's eyes suddenly widened. The moment he saw Ziyue, his body trembled even more obviously. "It seems that my appearance here really surprised you." Ziyue chuckled and said, "Ziyue, what do you want?" Guo Jingyang looked at Ziyue, and then looked at the terrifying ghost that was only 2 or 3 meters away from him with extreme fear. Cold sweat dripped down his body as he asked, "Don't worry, I just have some questions for you. If I'm satisfied with your answers, then everything will be fine." If you're not satisfied, then you'll not only have to face this ghost, but also this one, that one, such a big group of chuckled and slightly stretched out his hand. 1, 2, 3, dozens of ghosts appear beside him. Looking at the densely packed ghosts that almost filled his room, Guo Xingyang's face turned pale. His head was dizzy, and he was almost scared to death. Ghosts, so many ghosts? Who exactly was Ziyue? How could he control so many ghosts? What do you want to ask? Guo Xingyang's spirit was completely dispirited, and he asked fearfully, I don't think I'm a threat to your master. Why would he send people to attack me? Ziyue asked, and then seemed to be a little worried. He quickly followed up with a threat. If you don't want to have intimate contact with ghosts, then I advise you not to try to lie to me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that they won't do something to you. After all, there are also many ghosts that are homosexual. As Bai Ziyue spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Guo Xingyang's heart skipped a beat. Then, he hastily said, it all started when my master went to Wujiang County a few days ago. In order to gain the support of some of the higher-ups in the sect, Home Master Li Zhao made a request. He said that as long as he got rid of you, he would fully support my master to become the next sect leader. Oh, Home Master Li Zhao is Li Yinru's father, right? Even if I have some conflict with Li Yinru over the position of the outstanding disciple, he shouldn't go so far as to attack me because of this. Ziyue frowned slightly as he spoke. That's right. However, although the position of the outstanding disciple has already been decided, Home Master Li Zhao has quite a lot of power in the sect. As long as you're dead, they'll be able to manipulate the situation and let his son, Li Yinru, become an outstanding disciple again. Guo Zhengyang explained. It's just the position of an outstanding disciple, but it actually caused such a big disturbance. It seems like there are some secrets that I don't know about. It shouldn't be just what the outside world says, that all outstanding disciples will definitely cultivate inner strength and become practitioners of inner strength. Ziyue asked softly as he pulled a chair to the side and sat down. It's not just because of this. I heard that the outstanding disciple this time will have the opportunity to be selected to be the study companion of the second son of the Lin family from the county capital. For this opportunity, I heard that the outstanding disciple of the Scorching Sun Gang branch in Funko Town has already been killed. Now, the grandnephew of an elder in the sect has taken his place. As Guo Xingyang spoke, his face couldn't help but reveal a look of envy and jealousy. The position of an outstanding disciple was already noble and tempting. In addition, the opportunity to be selected to be the study companion of the second son of the Lin family from the county capital was even more tempting. What's the situation with the Lin family from the cultivation family? Ziyue was slightly stunned. It was just an opportunity to be a study companion, but it actually made those elders and hall masters so excited? I don't know either. I only know that the Lin family is a cultivation family with countless experts. I heard that even I, the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang, was only a hanger-on of the Lin family in the early days. After leaving the Lin family, I made a name for myself in Wujiang County and founded the Scorching Sun Gang. Guo Xingyang shook his head and said, Only a hanger-on? Ziyue was startled. As a member of the Scorching Sun Gang, he naturally knew the name of the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang, Skyblade Jiang Tao. In the early days when he founded the Scorching Sun Gang, he had the strength of a second-rate expert. Now that several decades had passed, he had long become a well-known first-rate expert and was famous in Wujiang County. As for the hanger-on, although the name sounded good, it was actually equivalent to the guards of a large family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were servants. Even if Jiang Tao wasn't as famous as he was now, having a second-rate expert as a hanger-on was enough to prove that the Lin family wasn't simple. However, no matter how powerful the Lin family was a study companion worthy of such treatment? At least in Ziyue's heart, he was quite disdainful. How is your master's strength? Who are the experts around him? After thinking for a while, Ziyue immediately asked, Ziyue, what do you want to do? You can't be thinking that you can make a move against my master with just these ghosts, right? The strength of an internal force realm martial artist is not something you can estimate. My master is not like me. His cultivation is weak. I estimate that when a ghost gets close to him, he can burn the ghost's soul with just the power of his qi and blood. Guo Jingyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You don't have to worry about that." Ziyue chuckled and said indifferently, "I'm not sure about my master's strength, but he is definitely stronger than the right protector, Liu Yang. Apart from the Eagle Strike 10 styles, my master also has a very powerful flying knife technique. I once saw my master make a move. With a flying knife, a huge rock 10 feet away was shattered. It was very powerful. As for experts, there shouldn't be any. My master has always been suspicious. In his residence, apart from a trustworthy steward, he doesn't even have many maids. There shouldn't be any experts around him." Guo Jingyang felt apprehensive and could only answer honestly. Flying knife technique? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he was nosy enough to ask. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly revealed this flying knife technique, he might really be at a disadvantage. After all, a flying knife used by an internal force realm martial artist, under the condition of paying attention to internal force, the power of the flying knife would definitely be extraordinary. Shattering a huge rock 10 feet away was even more proof of this point. "Okay, last question." Ziyue nodded and said, "If I answer this question, will you let me go?" Guo Jingyang hurriedly asked. At this time, the wet liquid in his pants had been invaded by the yin qi of the ghosts around him and had become extremely cold. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he naturally couldn't wait to escape this calamity. "As long as your answer satisfies me," Ziyue said non-committally and asked, "Back then, when Zhao Gongyi attacked me, was it you who instigated him?" Guo Jingyang's face suddenly froze, and his body trembled as he said, No. It was Zhao Gongyi who wasn't convinced and wanted to attack you. I even persuaded him. Looks like you were indeed involved." Ziyue sighed, then stood up and walked towards the door step by step. At the same time, around Guo Jingyang, dozens of yin spirits were approaching him step by step. Dense yin qi filled the air, and it was bone-chilling, causing Guo Jingyang's heart to be filled with fear. "No, Senior Bai, spare me. I really didn't. Ziyue, you'll die a horrible death. My master is Zhao Jing. He will definitely avenge me." Seeing that Ziyue didn't seem to care at all, the ghost claws had already grabbed his arm. That feeling of endless yin qi made him realize that Ziyue wouldn't let him go at all. He immediately started cursing loudly. But soon, he let out an incomparably miserable wail. His voice shook the sky and could be heard from several kilometers away. He hoped that this would attract the attention of the people nearby, so that he would have a chance to be saved. However, he didn't know that Ziyue had already used the soul-amassing banner to spread the yin qi and enveloped his entire residence. Even if others stood outside his door, they wouldn't be able to hear anything coming from his mouth. When they looked at his residence, they would only feel that it was slightly colder and darker. It was impossible for them to sense anything. Perhaps only those who also cultivated the way of the immortals would be able to sense some of the strange fluctuations here. However, there were too few people in Qinghe Town who cultivated the way of the immortals. Apart from Ziyue, there were only 3. One was the old scholar, one was Immortal Master Zhou, he who oversaw the government, and one was Elder Liu of the Liu family, one of the big local clans in Qinghe Town. However, they were all rather far away from this place and couldn't possibly sense anything. Moreover, even if they could sense something, so what? Ziyue's strength was even stronger than the old scholar, let alone the other 2. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear. When he heard the sound in the room gradually weaken until it completely disappeared, Ziyue waved his hand unhurriedly. Immediately, numerous ghosts turned into streaks of dim light and entered the soul-amassing banner in his hand. Then, the soul-amassing banner shook again, and the endless black fog was also sucked in. The place returned to its original appearance and was no different from anywhere else. Chapter 142. To the south of the North Street, there was a row of spacious manors. Not only did the country gentry of Qinghe Town and the rich and powerful merchants lived there, even the residence of head Constable Hong, who was ruthless in catching criminals in the House of Guards, was located nearby. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire Qinghe Town to be plunged into extreme darkness, except for a few lights in the riverside boatyard. Ziyue walked on a wide road. His face was expressionless, and his footsteps were steady and powerful. Not long after, he stopped at the entrance of a large courtyard. Two Qilin stone blocks, one on the left and one on the right, looked like a tiger watching a wolf. Above the door, a tall plaque hung in the middle. Zhao Mansion. With a cold smile, Ziyue paused and leaped up in an instant. He stepped on the Qilin stone block on the left and rose up in an instant, flipping over the Zhao Mansion's main gate. This Zhao Mansion was naturally the residence of the Scorching Sun Gang's left guardian, Zhao Jing. Ever since the other party sent Lu He and Ko Yun to kill him, Ziyue had already made a decision in his heart. Instead of dealing with the other party's endless troubles and the possibility of an assassination attempt from time to time, it would be better to end all troubles and directly end the other party. To him, this decision was not hard to make. The only thing he was worried about was his lack of strength. However, after this trip, not only did Ziyue's martial arts improve greatly, he had also become a true martial artist at the peak of internal refinement. Even if he was not as good as Zhao Jing, who had already reached the realm of internal force, he would not be powerless. More importantly, in terms of immortal cultivation, his progress was even greater. The 5th level of Qi cultivation. This level might not be quantitatively comparable to the martial artist realm, but in terms of methods, after fighting with the 5-channel chiefs and the malicious ghosts, he already had absolute confidence. The Zhao Mansion was not considered big. Other than a huge garden in the front yard, there was only a waiting room in the middle and a residence in the backyard. Ziyue's gaze swept over, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. At this time, there was still light in the waiting room. However, at this time, Ziyue was also skilled and bold. With a leap, he approached. "Master, I've already made arrangements with the authorities. The Lord Guardian has already agreed that he won't interfere with our gang's internal affairs. Even if there really is chaos on that day, he won't send anyone over. As for the gang, there are already 4 supervisors who have sided with us. It seems that your promotion to the position of sect master is already in the bag." An excited voice could be heard. "Uncle Qin, it's still too early to be happy. Everything has to wait until that matter is confirmed." "That's right. It has already been 2 days. Is there still no news from Lu He and the others?" Hall Master Li Zhao is an extremely shrewd old fox. As long as the news of Ziyue's death doesn't reach his ears, he won't help us. Only by confirming that Ziyue is dead can my position as the sect master be assured. Following this, Zhao Jing's voice could be heard. "Not yet. Logically speaking, there should have been news yesterday. Could there have been an accident?" The person that Zhao Jing addressed as Uncle Qin muttered to himself doubtfully. "Not good." Suddenly, Zhao Jing stood up and looked at the door with some uncertainty. "Master, what's wrong?" Uncle Qin was also startled. Following this, he felt a chill on his body. A layer of dense yin qi surged in majestically, enveloping the entire waiting room and even the entire Zhao residence. In an instant, he felt his vision darken. Even if he opened his eyes with all his might, he could only vaguely see the scene within 3 meters. Beyond that, it was pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all. "Sectmaster Wu." Zhao Jing's voice paused between each word. With a grave expression, he said, "I believe that I don't have any great enmity with Sect Master Wu. Previously, when I besieged the Ghost Head stronghold, I was only following orders and following the crowd. When I refined your corpse, I didn't put in much effort. Sect Master Wu, why are you making things difficult for me? If Sect Master Wu lacks travel expenses or needs my help, Sect Master Wu, please let me know. I will do my best to help Sect Master Wu. I won't go back on my word." Compared to Uncle Qin, Zhao Jing's range of vision was better, due to his higher cultivation. He could vaguely see everything within 5 meters. However, even so, Uncle Chin was still panicking in his heart. After experiencing the battle at the Ghost Head stronghold, Uncle Chin was very clear about Sect Master Wu's methods. Even the Sect Master, who was a third-rate Sect Master, couldn't escape death. Uncle Chin didn't think that he was a match for Sect Master Wu. Even if Sect Master Wu's Dharma treasure and refined corpse seemed to be damaged, how could he block Sect Master Wu's attacks? Therefore, Uncle Chin chose to show weakness at the first moment. Standing outside the door, Yue was slightly startled when he heard Uncle Chin's words. He didn't expect Zhao Jing to admit defeat so easily. If he was really the Sect Master Wu, it wasn't impossible for him to let Sect Master Wu go. After all, Sect Master Wu was someone who would soon become the Sect Master of the Scorching Sun Gang in Qingatown. Once he controlled him, he would be very useful. However, Uncle Chin wasn't the Sect Master Wu. It was already impossible for him to resolve the conflict with Zhao Jing. Uncle Chin waved his hand slightly, and the 24 Yin souls in the soul amassing banner lined up. Then, a picture scroll unfurled, and a swordsman silently condensed in front of him. After all, they were fighting in the city. Naturally, he couldn't release an enormous being like the eagle. After waiting silently for a long time, Uncle Chin still didn't receive a response. Moreover, he could vaguely feel some special energy waves coming from outside the door. Zhao Jing's heart became even more flustered. He hurriedly said, "Sect Master Wu, you and I don't have any grudges. Why do you have to kill each other and do such a thing that harms others without benefiting yourself? I know that Sect Master Wu must have come here to seek revenge. Actually, I don't like the way Li Sun does things. If you don't feel at ease, I can help you find Li Hun for revenge. I know that Li Hun has an older brother named Li Qing who runs a business in Wujiang County. We can make a move on him first, and then find a chance to kill Li Hun. I can even help you in the dark and rebuild the Ghost Head stronghold. Your name will definitely be even more resounding." Seeing that there was no sound from the other side of the darkness, Zhao Jing hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He said, "At that time, we can also join forces. The Scorching Sun Gang will be in the legal way, and the Ghost Head stronghold will be in the underworld. Wouldn't the entire Qingatown be ours to do as we please? At that time, we can naturally make a fortune and enjoy endless power. We can only win if we work together." A strange expression gradually appeared on Ziyue's face. Zhao Jing's shamelessness had really broken through a certain limit. To a certain extent, he was really an ambitious and ruthless person. However, the more he was like this, the more Ziyue couldn't let him go. It was naturally better for such a ruthless and unscrupulous enemy to die. With a slight tap, 24 evil spirits rushed into the reception hall like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Even the swordsman turned into a stream of light and directly flew out. At this time, Ziyue calmly tapped in front of himself. A transparent film of light enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, he took out a small black shield from his waist and prepared to activate it at any time. Even if he was full of confidence, this Zhao Jing was after all an expert of the inner force realm. His strength was not ordinary, so he naturally had to be fully prepared. Then, Ziyue's mental energy surged. In the blink of an eye, a small green sword hanging on his waist trembled slightly and shot out from his body, floating in front of him. The spiritual energy in his body turned into flowing water and quickly flowed into it. In the blink of an eye, the green light sword bloomed with a layer of light. With a thought, the sword light turned into a stream of light. "Channel Leader Wu, do you really want to fight to the death?" Feeling that something was wrong, Zhao Jing looked up to the sky and roared. The inner force in his body surged from his throat. His voice shook the void and almost pierced through the clouds. Even if the entire Zhao mansion was enveloped by Ziyue's yin qi, this voice still penetrated and spread to the outside of the Zhao mansion. Then, Zhao Jing did not hesitate. His body suddenly stopped in the room, and his inner force surged. He stepped on the stone floor of the hall and broke it. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out of the door. At the same time, Uncle Chin also moved. Although Uncle Chin was old, at his peak, he had reached the peak of the inner training realm. Now, even if his chi and blood were declining, he still had the strength of a warrior in the later stage of the inner training realm. He suddenly grabbed the table and chair beside him and threw it out of the door. Then, his body moved and broke through the wooden wall at the side, falling into another room. Almost in an instant, more than 20 spirits appeared in front of Zhao Jing. They turned into ghost claws and directly grabbed at him. Zhao Jing shouted. His chi and blood were like smoke. He slightly opened his hands, which were as sharp as an eagle's claws. Cold yin chi surged into his hands, and his hands suddenly turned pitch black. Eagle strike 10. Sizzle, 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 like a rock spreading its wings, and an eagle soaring into the sky. Zhao Jing was incomparably fierce. He directly entered the midst of the yin spirits. His claws were like lightning, directly tearing the yin spirits in half. In a short period of time, an entire 5 souls had been heavily damaged by him, and when his dense vital blood poured onto them, it was like water pouring into hot oil, causing numerous sizzling sounds of souls being obliterated resounded from them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 souls were completely extinguished. Whoosh! A flash of sword light suddenly lit up in front of him. Zhao Jing's expression did not change. He slightly opened and closed his eagle-like claws. Bang! The long sword suddenly broke. Zhao Jing's body was like a bull as he charged forward. With a boom, the swordsman's entire body was smashed into pieces and turned into little bits of flowing light. However, at this time, Ziyue's magic weapon, the small sword, also arrived. It was silent but extremely fast. Zhao Jing suddenly realized. He wanted to adjust his body to deal with it, but it was too late. He could only slightly move his body to the side, avoiding the vital part of his heart. Puff! However, the other side of his body was also fiercely penetrated at the same time. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. Master! Chapter 143. Master! At this moment, Uncle Chin, who had crashed into the wall, came out again with a long sword in his hand. However, he saw the scene of Zhao Jing's body being pierced and suddenly screamed. Umph! Zhao Jing snorted and said, Wu Tong, do you really think that I am no threat to you? After saying that, Zhao Jing flipped his hand. Unknowingly, a small knife appeared in his hand. Enduring the pain in his chest, he poured in his inner force, and a powerful force surged. Whoosh! 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 A total of 5 small sabers tore through the sky and shot out at a shocking speed. Sure enough, as expected, Ziyue thought in his heart, but there was not the slightest panic on his face. Under the surge of spiritual force, a light flashed on the small black shield. Because it was a blind shot, Zhao Jing could not detect the position of Ziyue's combat power. Therefore, only when the 5 small knives really shot in front of Ziyue. Puff! With a loud sound, the flying knife was like a heavy hammer, fiercely hitting the spirit light shield. In an instant, the spirit light shield was shattered. However, when the flying knife hit the second layer of the defensive magic artifact, it only trembled slightly and fell from the light of the round shield, losing its power. There! Zhao Jing's face moved and a light burst out from his eyes. Unknowingly, another small knife appeared in his hand. Be careful! Just as Zhao Jing was about to make another move, he heard Uncle Chin next to him let out a shout. Then, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. When he wanted to react, it was already too late. Puff! A small sword directly pierced through the back of his head. Zhao Jing was almost dead in an instant. Master! Butler Chin's eyes widened in anger, but in front of the azure light sword, which was as fast as flowing light, he could not resist at all. Soon, he followed in his footsteps. With a slight wave of his hand, the azure light sword flew back. He was very satisfied with being able to kill Zhao Jing so easily. At the very least, it proved that his battle prowess was no weaker than a martial artist in the inner realm. It proved that he already had the ability to protect himself in this world. Of course, he did not become arrogant because of this. After all, Qinghe Town was a small place. The strongest person, there was only a third-rate expert. Now, there was not even a single third-rate expert. It was far from being comparable to Wujiang County, let alone Wujiang County, which was even more prosperous. Housekeeper Qin's qi and blood are deteriorating, but his strength isn't weak. His peak strength should be at the peak of inner refinement. Therefore, after his death, he should be able to give me between 1,700 and 1,900 spirit points. As for the left protector Zhao Jing, his strength in the inner force realm is not considered weak, so he should be able to increase his spirit points by around 3,000 points. In addition to the 95,000 points I had left before, Ziyue had long been able to determine his opponent's strength through the amount of spirit points added. He could calculate the amount of spirit points he would be able to obtain after killing his opponent. At this moment, he was using Zhao Jing and Housekeeper Qin's strength to calculate the amount of spirit points they would be able to give him after their deaths. As a result, he immediately became excited. It's over 100,000. His soul power points had definitely exceeded 100,000. He could not wait any longer and opened his status panel. Optimizing data. Please wait a moment. Ziyue opened his eyes wide and was a little confused. Optimized? Upgraded? Was it because his spirit points had exceeded 100,000? He had doubts in his heart, but in the end, he could not find an answer. However, according to his understanding, this should be considered a good thing. Presumably, after upgrading, this status panel would be able to better assist him. After that, Ziyue placed his gaze on the battlefield and began to search for spoils of war. The two of them did not have many good items on them. Other than weapons for self-defense, they only had some miscellaneous items like jade pendants. Although these items were good, they had obvious characteristics and could be easily tracked down by others. To avoid trouble, Ziyue could only give up. Then, he quickly scurried into the backyard. Under the soul amassing banner, the entire Zhao mansion was pitch black. Even if some of the maids and attendants in the courtyard discovered something, they would not be able to pass through. Therefore, he was very relieved. However, he did not dare to stay here for too long. After all, Zhao Jing's shout earlier must have spread out and must have alarmed the people nearby. Therefore, there was not much time left for him. With the help of the spirits, passing through walls and holes was easy and natural. Therefore, Ziyue quickly found Zhao Jing's private treasury. Of course, although the spirits could pass through walls and holes, they could not take the physical objects in sealed places. They could only transform between virtual and real with their own spirit body. Gold and silver treasures could not be turned into virtual at the same time. Unless one had mastered some spells like the 5 ghosts moving technique, one could use the power of the spell to move the treasures out. However, not to mention that Ziyue did not have such a spell. Even if he did, he would be very careful if he really wanted to do such a thing. If it was not necessary, he would not do such a thing. This had nothing to do with good or evil. It was his nature. Compared to Lu Dong's private treasury, Zhao Jing's private treasury was much smaller. There are not many items, but there are also many good items. Ziyue did not look at it carefully. He filled the beast skin bag that he got from the people of the 5 channels, then took a piece of brocade cloth as a backpack. After taking a bunch of items, seeing that there was no more space, he took out the painting of the eagle swordsman and tapped it lightly. In the blink of an eye, an eagle appeared beside him. Ziyue jumped onto the back of the eagle easily. Then, he shook the soul-gathering banner and collected all the spirits and yin qi. The eagle stretched its body and instantly soared into the sky. Then, it shot out of the city like a sharp arrow. It has been an hour. The people of the 5 channels should have left. In a room, a slightly fat figure was walking around in the room. He was a little surprised. "Master, you will know if you go out and take a look. You are the chief constable of Qinghe Town. Are you afraid of that person?" On the bed, a young and charming woman said with a confused face. What does a woman know? Chief Constable Hong reprimanded her and said, "Didn't you hear Zhao Jing's call? Don't be fooled by his tough words. In fact, he is asking us for help." However, he did not realize that I am only at the peak of internal refinement, while Zhao Jing is the left guardian of the Scorching Sun gang. He is a real martial artist of internal force. Even he is not a match for him. What can we do? If we really go, we will only be courting death. That 5 channels is the chief of the Ghost Head stronghold. He is also a cultivator of the way of immortality. His strength is unpredictable. Even their leader was not a match for him and was killed on the spot. Chief Constable Hong lost his confidence as he spoke. Then he said seriously, "No, let's not care about it. Go to sleep and pretend that nothing happened." As he spoke, he took off his robe and lay on the bed again. Seeing this, the woman naturally did not dare to say anything. Although she stayed at home all year round, she had heard the gossip of the neighborhood maids. She knew about the reputation of 5 channels. Not to mention that her man was only the chief constable of the House of Guardians. Even a Lord Guardian would be terrified if he met him face to face. There were many smart people like Chief Constable Hong in Qingatown. Even if the people around heard Zhao Jing's call, almost no one dared to go near as long as they heard the name of 5 channels. Therefore, it was not until more than an hour after Ziwa left that someone dared to go near him. After successfully returning to the dilapidated temple outside Qingatown, Ziwa leaned against a statue, as if he was familiar with the place. He could not help but smile. Then, his smile grew bigger and bigger, relaxed, free, and happy, until now he finally felt like he was truly in the martial arts world. Kill with one strike, remove all worries, and travel 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The attribute panel is in the process of upgrading. I don't know when it will be restored. Luckily, Zhao Jing is dead now. Qingatown and the Scorching Sun gang should be in chaos for a while. No one should notice me anymore. I can also have a period of peaceful days. As for clan leader Li Zhao, I guess we can only meet again. Ziyue's mind was clear. He only remembered these things for the time being. Then, he focused his attention on the rewards this time. Because he was in a hurry to pack, he did not have time to look at the specific things in detail. However, he was very sure of one thing, and that was that there seemed to be a lot of silver. Opening the brocade cloth and the beast skin bag on his body, Ziyue carefully counted everything. Silver, gold, and some agate, jade, and other valuable items should add up to about 3,000 silver. Apart from this, there are about 20 books. Among them, there are secret manuals of cultivation techniques. There are also some that are the travels of some scholar or expert, or the cultivation experience of some kind of martial arts. Ziyue mainly focused his attention on these books. As for weapons, there were naturally many weapons in Zhao Jing's private storage. Some of the weapons were made of good materials and could definitely be considered as good items. However, these weapons had obvious characteristics. It was very likely that people would be able to trace their origins. At that time, it would be easy to get into trouble. Therefore, he abandoned almost all the items that could be used to prove his identity. Even if he brought some of them, he would just casually dig a hole and bury them in this ruined temple. Perhaps in the future, someone would be lucky enough to pick them up and make a small fortune. 10 Eagle Strike, Golden Cicada Technique, Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Breath Restraining Technique. Ziyue took a quick look. There were quite a few secret manuals of martial arts, about 7 or 8 altogether. Among them, there were Zhao Jing's famous 10 Eagle Strike, as well as the sect's internal cultivation technique, Golden Cicada Technique. Apart from these, there were some martial arts techniques. Some were more common, while some were not bad. For example, Breath Restraining Technique and Rushing Thunder Saber Technique. However, what made him regretful was that there were no internal cultivation techniques that were above internal cultivation. In addition, Zhao Jing's Flying Dagger Technique actually made him quite interested. Unfortunately, he was also unable to find the cultivation method in these books. Chapter 144. The Breath Concealing Technique. Ziyue took out one of the books and began to flip through it. In fact, as his martial arts skills had reached the peak of internal refinement, the power of his chi and blood had become very strong. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but those who were astute would definitely be able to detect the abnormality in his chi and blood. Therefore, he really needed some means to conceal his chi and blood. Originally, he had set his sights on immortal techniques to see if he could obtain such a concealment technique from the old scholar. However, he did not expect to obtain the breath-concealing technique from Zhao Jing's private library, which solved his urgent need. After flipping through the book, Ziyue closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he flipped through the book again. As expected, the most important part of the breath-concealing technique is the control of force. However, it is different from the control of force because it involves a more detailed control of chi and blood. After reading the book twice, Ziyue understood that the breath-concealing technique was not a cultivation method, nor was it a martial arts technique. It could only be called a technique. However, the use of force and chi and blood was an eye-opener for him. Ziyue had long mastered the control of force and had reached an extremely profound level. There was no problem with it. However, the detailed control of chi and blood was a whole new realm. Ziyue followed the introduction of the breath-concealing technique and carefully tried to conceal his chi and blood step by step. Did I succeed? After half an hour, Ziyue could clearly feel that his chi and blood were much more restrained. At least in the eyes of others, it was no longer as exposed as before. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the chi and blood once again broke through his control and surged out. As expected, it's not that simple. This is because I have a very detailed control of force. Otherwise, I would not have grasped the trick so quickly. Ziyue slowly heaved a sigh of relief and tried again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. At this moment, Ziyue could not help but reveal a smile on his face. I can finally fully use the breath-concealing technique and won't be forced back like before. Fortunately, my stats panel is still in the process of upgrading. Otherwise, I should be able to see that I've already mastered the breath-concealing technique. Ziyue was naturally satisfied with such progress. At this moment, when others looked at him, they no longer felt that his chi and blood were abnormally vigorous, unlike that of an ordinary martial artist who had undergone external training. At noon, the sun shone brightly. Under the assault of the steaming hot air, the chirping of the cicadas made people even more drowsy. Even the soldiers guarding the city gate were dozing off with their eyes half closed. Ding! The crisp sound of a copper coin falling into a cash box rang out, causing the soldiers to shiver. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a young man leading a horse into the city. He immediately shut his mouth. Naturally, he knew this person. He was a young hero who had recently risen to fame in Qingatown. It was said that he had already developed and had a bright future. The only pity was that his master had died when he was suppressing the bandits. Without anyone to protect him, his life would probably not be as good as before. Of course, even if it was not good, it would still be better than being a normal soldier who could only squat at the city gate. Therefore, who usually cursed in front of the commoners, did not dare to act rashly in front of such a person. After returning the horse to the horse rental company, on the way to the Internal Affairs Hall, Ziyue easily heard about the murder of the left protector, Zhao Jing. Moreover, without any surprise, everyone swore that it was the Ghost Head Stronghold's chief, Wu Tong, who had done it. Regarding this, Ziyue was slightly excited. Last night, when he had made his move, he had not shown himself the entire time. Originally, it was not intentional, but after hearing Zhao Jing's story, he felt that Zhao Jing's mysterious death was more in line with his intentions. In particular, Zhao Jing's last shout had actually penetrated the dense fog of Yin Qi. After the initial shock, he had completely relaxed. In any case, the fifth channel head was already dead. Letting him take the blame was beneficial to Bai Ziyue, so he naturally felt at ease. At this moment, everyone was certain that Wu Tong was the murderer and had completely removed him from the blame. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief and not have any more worries. After entering the Internal Affairs Hall, because Zhao Jing was already dead, naturally no one would make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if Ziyue's mission ended in failure, no one would make things difficult for him. After returning to his residence, Ziyue thought that the little dog must have been starving. After all, he had not returned for 3 days. Who would have thought that when he stepped into the courtyard and into his room, he would see the little dog lying on his bed, taking a nap with a satisfied expression. Long slime dripped onto the blanket. The dog's mouth would occasionally smack, as if it was still reminiscing about something. On the ground, in a torn cloth bag, there was a piece of snake demon flesh that had been bitten by the dog. This was also the last piece of snake meat. There was still about 5 kilograms left, which should be enough for the little dog to eat for a few days. However, the other party's actions made Ziyue grit his teeth. The little dog, who was sleeping peacefully, suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as if even the air was somewhat cold. It suddenly quivered and woke up immediately. At first, it was a little confused. Then, it saw Ziyue's gloomy face, and a resentful expression appeared on the dog's face. It hurriedly got up and jumped off the bed with its tail between its legs. Oomph! With a cold snort, Ziyue directly threw a cleaning talisman on the bed. The next few days were calm and peaceful. Even the major forces who had been somewhat vigilant gradually relaxed when they saw that Wu Tong had not appeared. On the contrary, the Scorching Sun Gang was a little chaotic because of the death of the left guardian. The calls for the right guardian, Liu Yang, to be promoted to the position of sect leader were unprecedentedly strong. However, on the 5th day after the death of the left guardian, Zhao Jing, a middle-aged, elegant man, came and completely ended this disturbance. Because with his arrival came a letter of appointment. It was not until then that all the Scorching Sun Gang disciples knew the identity of this elegant man. The blood fan scholar, Duan Yunfeng, had made a name for himself 10 years ago. He had entered the inner chi state 7 years ago. Now, he had entered the ranks of the third-rate masters for a full 4 years. He was a truly tyrannical figure. In terms of strength, even the previous sect leader might not be able to match him. Therefore, almost everyone was convinced at the first moment. Even the right guardian, Liu Yang, who had originally wanted to become sect leader, supported him at the first moment and gradually calmed down. Duan Yunfeng naturally understood the principle of returning the favor. He promoted Liu Yang to the left guardian at the first moment. Then he promoted Qin Xiaoping's master, Tan Xiaofan, to the right guardian, who had luckily broken through not long after the battle and entered the inner chi state. With the help of the 2 guardians and Duan Yunfeng's own tyrannical strength, in just 2 short days, he had officially sorted out the Scorching Sun Gang in Qinghe Town and completely secured the position of sect leader. During this period, Duan Yunfeng naturally also talked to Ziyue. Because he knew that he would leave soon, Duan Yunfeng also encouraged him and hoped that if he became successful in the future, he would be able to take care of the Scorching Sun Gang in Qinghe Town. With regards to this, Ziyue naturally agreed. Anyway, it was just polite words. How much of it was true and how much of it was false depended on the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise. In the following period of time, Ziyue did not go anywhere. He stayed in his room and diligently cultivated his martial arts. In the previous few battles, Ziyue's gains were not small. In terms of internal refinement, he had obtained 2 Vajra body tempering technique and the golden cicada technique. Even though Ziyue had now cultivated the Vajra glass body to perfection, his strength had also reached the peak of internal refinement. However, compared to when he was at the peak of external refinement, Ziyue actually knew that his peak of internal refinement was not the true peak. Just like when he was at the peak of external refinement, there was the characteristic of being flawless and flawless. Naturally, there was a corresponding comparison for the peak of internal refinement. At this moment, Ziyue was at the peak of internal refinement on the surface, but he could also feel that he was not flawless. Therefore, he did not give up on cultivating the golden cicada technique and the Vajra body tempering technique. In addition, He also spent time studying and practicing many other martial arts techniques. Even though the attribute panel was still active, he could not constantly monitor the extent of his martial arts practice. However, he could feel that he was improving. His days were more fulfilling. During this period, Ziyue formally bid farewell to his parents. Then, he took out a total of 5,000 taels of silver and handed it to his father. Ziyue knew that in the future, he would have to live a life of licking the blood of the pugilistic world. Even he did not know when he would die. It was possible that he would die in battle or be beheaded. Therefore, he had deliberately distanced himself from his parents and was indifferent to their feelings. This was to prevent them from being too sad when they heard the bad news. Fortunately, they still had his younger brother. He believed that even if something happened to Ziyue, they would not be too sad. These 5,000 taels of silver were a guarantee that Ziyue had prepared for their future. He believed that it should be enough to let his parents live a comfortable life and not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Even his younger brother would be able to benefit from this. Finally, Ziyue found the old scholar and formally bid farewell to him. Wujiang County is not like Qinghe Town. Because it is not far from the county capital, it is much more dangerous. You have to be careful. I can't help you with anything else. This is the address of one of my senior brothers. This is the letter of recommendation that I wrote for you. It should be able to gain his trust. However, he has a strange temper and is temperamental. Moreover, I have not seen him for more than 10 years. I'm not sure how he is now. You have to consider whether you want to contact him. As the old scholar spoke, he handed a letter to Ziyue. Chapter 145. The Wu River was a large river that ran through almost the entire Wu Kingdom. It stretched for thousands of miles. Through this river, one could reach most of the towns and cities in the Wu Kingdom. On a tall merchant ship, a tall figure stood quietly at the bow of the ship. Looking into the distance, a bustling town gradually shrunk and was faintly discernible. This figure was naturally Ziyue. After taking care of all the trivial matters, and his martial art cultivation was on the right track, he finally decided to step onto the merchant ship to Wujiang County. As for the puppy, Ziyue thought for a while and decided to bring along. Firstly, he didn't have anyone to entrust it to. Secondly, perhaps it had eaten too much of the snake demon's flesh and nourished by the spiritual qi, causing it to gradually display some abnormalities. If it continued to stay in Qinghe Town, it might cause trouble. However, after boarding the boat, the originally arrogant puppy immediately wilted down. Not only was it trembling as it walked on the boat, but it also vomited and had diarrhea. Its dog face was filled with a look of hopelessness. This caused a wave of complaints from the boatmen. In the end, Ziyue spent money to prevent it from being chased off the ship. Thus, after boarding the ship, Ziyue left it in a separate room in the cabin and didn't bother with it. He himself slowly walked around the ship. Qinghe Town was about 70 to 80 miles away from Wujiang County. With the speed of the merchant ship, it would take 3 to 5 hours to reach. Taking advantage of this time, he naturally wanted to see the scenery of the river. It was rare for him to have some leisure time. Wujiang County was very large. The merchant ship that was over 10 meters long and wide was inconspicuous in its midst. Even with Ziyue's eyesight, he could only see the scene on the other side of the river. When it comes to disputes in the Jianghu, the more prosperous a place is, the more intense the disputes are. Qinghe Town is small and lacking in resources. It's normal that there haven't been any conflicts for many years. The destruction of the Ghost Head stronghold a while ago was already considered a big move. However, compared to Wujiang County or even the more prosperous Tianling County, this kind of action is only at the level of a small fight. A loud voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the ship. Ziyue couldn't help but turn his head and was slightly startled. It was actually a familiar face. The one who spoke was the so-called Su Yi whom he had met at the city gate. It was said that he used to be a storyteller. The other was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a small tag hanging on his waist. Ziyue could tell at a glance that he was a youth who had learned martial arts in the Tai martial arts club. At this moment, It was obvious that the young man was attracted by Su Ye's discussion. Young man, you made the right choice. What could he do in this small Qinga town? While he was still young, he should go to a big place to gain experience. Wujiang County is adjacent to the Wuhe River, and Tianling County is less than 100 miles away. It's perfect for a young hero like you who wants to make a name for himself. Sui patted the young man's shoulder with a look of praise. That's right. I also feel that there are few opportunities in Qinga Town, so I won't be able to learn any profound martial arts. It just so happens that my uncle is doing well. He wrote a letter asking me to seek shelter, so I quickly set off. The young man smiled shyly as he spoke. May I know who your uncle is? Suyi asked with a serious expression. Warden Yin Quan. The young man asked excitedly. Suyi, why don't you tell me about the matters of the Jianghu? I heard that in Wujiang County, there are a group of 2 sects, 3 escort agencies, and 4 martial arts clubs. This group should be the Scorching Sun Gang. We're these 2 sects. Also, I heard that in Wujiang County, there are some young experts who organize a martial arts gathering at the end of every month to make friends. Is this true? If I can participate, just thinking about it makes me excited. Warden Yin Quan? Su Ye's face trembled slightly as he looked at the young man with a moment of fear. This was a terrifying figure who had mastered the dismemberment technique. His strength might not be strong, but the thought of his methods of punishing criminals was enough to make one shudder. This group of 2 sects, 3 escort agencies, and 4 martial arts clubs is a saying from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Iron Sword Sect and Nine Seal Sect had a great war, and Nine Seal Sect won. Now, Wujiang County only has 1 group of sects, 3 escort agencies, and 4 martial arts clubs. Among them, the Scorching Sun Gang and Nine Seal Sect are full of talents and powerful people. The people in charge are all first-class experts. Most of the other forces are just surviving in the cracks between them. However, in recent years, there seems to be some disputes between the 2 sides. A great war is unavoidable. As for the young experts' martial arts gathering, it should have been done in recent years. I haven't been back to Wujiang County for a year, so I'm not sure. After knowing that the young man might be the nephew of Warden Yin Quan, Sui did not dare to lie too much. Otherwise, with that mouth of his, there would definitely be an endless stream of words coming out. Is this Tai E sect the same Tai E from our Tai E martial arts club? The young man was slightly stunned and asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, your club master should have been a disciple of the Tai E sect. If not for the Nine Seal sect, the Tai E sect would have been long gone. As he spoke, Su Ye's gaze turned towards Ziyue. His eyes lit up as he came forward and said, Young hero, you have an impressive appearance. You must be a man of the Jianghu. Coincidentally, I have some understanding of the Jianghu. My nickname is All-Knowing. When I hit it off at first sight, why don't we have a cup of tea and talk about the prosperous Jianghu when we reach the shore? All-Knowing? Then why don't you know about the young experts' martial arts gathering? Bai Ziyue could not help but laugh. He did not expect that the other party would come looking for him. The smile on Su Ye's face froze. He did not expect Ziyue's ears to be so sensitive. The waves on the river were so strong, and he was 7 to 8 meters away, but he could still hear their conversation. However, Suyi was Suyi after all. He said without hesitation, What I know is all about the important matters of the Jianghu. That gathering of friends through martial arts was just a flourishing age for a group of young martial artists. Compared to the entire Jianghu, it was nothing. It's not that I don't know, it's just that I don't care. This youth martial arts gathering is not a small matter. It is in this youth martial arts gathering that a talent has appeared. It is said that the news has reached the ears of some of the major forces in the Tianling County. Last month, someone came to recruit him, but for some reason, that talent rejected the invitation to join the Jinwu sect in the Tianling County. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a round face smiled and said, This middle-aged man was the owner of this merchant ship. Other than Ziyue and some other guests who were heading to Wujiang County, the rest of the passengers were his goods. Who is that talent? The young man's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Ziyue also showed a trace of interest. The white-clothed swordsman, Chun Xinyan. It is said that he does not belong to any sect, and his martial arts are all passed down in his family. But with his swordsmanship, he suppressed all the young talents in Wujiang County. He is really powerful. That's right, there is something wrong with what this old man said. This youth martial arts gathering did not appear in the past year, but 3 years ago, it was organized by the Hongxiu Pavilion, the Heavenly Fragrance House, and the Joyous Arrival House. Originally, it was held every half a year, but since last year, the Hongxiu Pavilion and the Heavenly Fragrance House's courtesans competed with each other, so the youth martial arts gathering was changed to once a month. Almost every time, there will be one of the 2 top courtesans present, which is why the youth martial gathering is so famous. The owner of the ship explained. Grandpa Su, who was standing to the side, revealed an awkward expression. How strong is the white-clothed swordsman? Chun Xinyan now? The young man quickly followed up with a question. He should only be 20 years old this year, but he has already stepped into the ranks of the third-rate experts. Really, one should have a son like Chun Xinyan. As the owner of the ship spoke, he could not help but sigh with emotion. One should have a son like Chun Xinyan, a 20-year-old third-rate expert. He is indeed outstanding. Ziyue returned to the cabin with a thoughtful expression on his face. It was considered good for an ordinary warrior to reach the inner refinement realm at the age of 20. If one could reach the peak of the inner refinement realm at this age, one could definitely be called a genius. For example, the talent that Ziyue had shown before was actually at this level. But this talent was far inferior to Chun Xinyan's. After all, at this age, not only did Chun Xinyan break through the peak of the inner refinement realm, he had also accumulated enough inner strength to begin attacking the 12 standard meridians, officially stepping into the ranks of the third-rate experts. Of course, Ziyue also knew that talent was only an internal factor. In fact, when a warrior's strength increased, there were also countless ways to speed up the progress. For example, spirit pills, spirit materials, heaven and earth treasures, and even the cultivation environment were extremely important factors. Therefore, the talent of the white-clothed swordsman, Chun Xinyan, could not be judged simply based on this. However, I'll be able to display a little more of my strength. After all, who could be sure about the word opportunity? I'll show others my strength at the peak of the outer refinement realm. As Ziyue thought to himself, he circulated the aura concealment technique, and his aura relaxed slightly. Immediately, the aura on his body began to change. This change was actually very subtle. After all, it was not the difference of a large realm. For example, the difference between the peak of the outer refinement realm and the peak of the inner refinement realm was huge. Ziyue's current change was only from the outer refinement realm to the peak of the outer refinement realm. The change was very subtle. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even a third-rate or second-rate expert would find it difficult to detect. Perhaps only a first-rate expert would be able to detect the change in aura by relying on the qi and blood that a warrior exuded. This was also under the circumstance that he happened to be beside such an expert. Now that he was living alone in the cabin, naturally no one would be able to detect the change in him. Therefore, when he said that he was at the peak of the outer refinement realm, no one would doubt it. Although this kind of strength did not match the talent that he had shown, it was not a big hindrance and naturally would not attract the attention of others. Chapter 146. Unknowingly, the merchant ship docked. Bai Ziyue carried a bulging animal skin bag on his back and pulled the puppy off the boat with a leash. It wasn't until a while later that the puppy regained some of its composure, and its steps became steady and nimble. Wujiang County, Bai Ziyue stood at the side of the dock and looked around. It was a long dock that was more than 10 times bigger than Town. There were also strong men transporting goods on the dock and hawkers making a living. Further away, there were houses of different heights. They were scattered and close together. After getting his bearings, Ziyue quickly arrived at a wide street. The bluestone paved ground was wide enough for 4 cars to drive through. On both sides of the road, there were wooden lofts and shops. The doors were wide open to welcome guests. The signboards hanging above the shops were old and new. The bustling crowd was dressed delicately and had rosy complexions. It was rare to see a poor and numb person like Town. An endless stream of vehicles passed by from time to time on the wide road. The decorations on the carriages were faintly visible. They were all magnificent, lively and prosperous. With just a slight comparison, one could see the difference between Wujiang County and Town. Ziyue, who had already inquired about the location of the Scorching Sun Gang's headquarters, did not stop on the street. He quickly arrived at the gate of a courtyard facing the street. Just from the outside, it was 8 or 9 feet wide. There were overlapping houses behind it and a large hall. From time to time, disciples wearing the uniforms of the Scorching Sun Gang's intersect disciples would come in and out with swords and sabers. These disciples were all tall and straight and walked like the wind. Their aura was completely different from the intersect disciples of Town. Even their strength, Bai Ziyue used his spiritual eye technique and quickly confirmed that most of these disciples had extremely dense qi and blood. At the very least, they were at the level of external refined bone marrow, and some were even at the peak of external refined bone marrow. Moreover, there was no lack of internal refined bone marrow. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue stepped in. Sure enough, the inner courtyard was more spacious than the outer courtyard. In a huge martial arts practice field, there were some disciples practicing martial arts. Among them, there were 2 people who were fighting with wooden sabers. They were not very old and looked to be around 10 years old. However, as their energy surged, their blade techniques were swift and fierce. Their angry roars were sharp and filled with power. The great accomplishment of the Dhyana stance meant that he had the strength to begin external forging. He narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that Wujiang County was indeed much stronger than Town. Such a talented disciple could even be taken in as a disciple by a cultivator at Town. But here, he was just an ordinary inner disciple. Ziyue was led into a side hall by a disciple in charge of chores. Internal Affairs Hall. The function of the Internal Affairs Hall here was roughly the same as that of Town. It would also issue missions for disciples to receive. However, Ziyue was here to report, so he quickly entered a room. Name? Where are they from? What's the status there? Ziyue, I'm from Town. I'm an inner disciple of Town's Scorching Sun Gang's branch. This is my identity token and my proof of identity. As Ziyue spoke, he handed over his identity token and the information he had taken from the Internal Affairs Hall. Outstanding disciple? After looking at the identity token and the records on the proof of identity, the manager said in astonishment. He quickly got up and took out a book from a drawer at the side. After comparing it, he saw that Ziyue's name was written on the outstanding disciple status. Ziyue glanced at it, and also saw that there were a few names and identities recorded on it. Wu Juanhao, Jiang Yuanquan, Su Qiaoling. These names should be the same as Xiao Chen's. They should be the outstanding disciple this time. That's right. I didn't expect you to come so late. If you came 3 days later, your status would probably be revoked. At that time, your reward would also be gone. However, Bai Shidi is indeed extraordinary to be able to become an outstanding disciple at such a young age. After confirming Xiao Chen's identity, the manager immediately became a lot more enthusiastic and praised him with a smile. I wonder what my reward is? Ziyue asked curiously. A marrow-cleansing pill, 1,000 contribution points worth of cultivation resources, and the treatment of a position. For example, Bai Shidi, because of your status as an outstanding disciple, you can directly be promoted by a level and receive the treatment of a manager. Every month, even if you don't do anything, you can still receive a subsidy of 30 taels of silver. In addition, if the Internal Affairs Hall assigns tasks, such as patrolling, investigating, guarding, and other tiring tasks, it will not fall on you. Even if it's a large task, the final reward will be slightly more than that of an ordinary inner disciple. As he spoke, the manager looked at Ziyue with a trace of envy. Although he was now a manager, he had worked hard to get to this position. He was far from someone like Ziyue, who had come from nowhere. marrow cleansing pill, 1,000 contribution points worth of cultivation resources, and the treatment of a position. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This marrow cleansing pill was said to be a type of spiritual pill that could increase a martial artist's cultivation aptitude. Although the effects varied from person to person, it couldn't really make a person with mediocre aptitude become a genius. However, it could definitely increase a person's aptitude by a small margin and greatly shorten the time needed to practice martial arts. For martial artists, especially one like him who had yet to cultivate inner strength, it could be said to be extremely precious. As for 1,000 contribution points worth of cultivation resources, it was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, because the sect's resources were abundant and hard to find outside, it could be compared to 2,000 taels of silver. Such a reward could be said to be generous. It was no wonder that there was a saying that outstanding disciples would definitely cultivate inner strength before the age of 30. To be an outstanding disciple, one's aptitude for cultivation wasn't bad. With the cleansing of the marrow cleansing pill and 1,000 contribution points worth of cultivation resources, if one couldn't cultivate inner strength before the age of 30, they could only be called trash. On the other hand, the treatment of a position didn't seem to be of much help. However, for many people who were determined to climb up in the sect, it was definitely a good thing. In the future, if one could smoothly become a supervisor, sect master, home master, or elder, it would be much more beneficial than others. As the saying went, every carrot had its own hole. Some positions couldn't be filled with strength alone. Otherwise, Qinghe Town's left protector, Zhao Jing, wouldn't have specially come to Wujiang County after the death of sect master Lu Dong. This is your new identity token. As for the marrow cleansing pill and the 1,000 contribution points, they will all be distributed to the Internal Affairs Hall at the end of this month, which is 3 days from now. At that time, you can use this new identity token to receive them. As for your position, do you want someone to assign it to you now, or do you want to come back in a few days? The steward asked as he handed over a new identity token. Ziyue stretched out his hand and took it. When he was asking, there was already a disciple who was quickly carving something. That disciple's hands were light and nimble, and his carving skills were top-notch. Now that he held in his hand, he saw that the words on it were deep and clear, giving off a sharp feeling. Scorching Sun Gang, outstanding disciple, Ziyue from Qinghe Town. In addition to these words, there was also a deep seal. Only with this seal could one be truly recognized by the gang. I'll come back in a few days. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this was the time left for people to build relationships. If his relationship was solid, he would naturally be able to arrange an easier position and better treatment. If he didn't have any relationship, he would only be left with some thankless work. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't know many people in Wujiang County. By the way, Bai Shidi, you still don't have a place to stay, right? The gang can also arrange for disciples to stay in the gang. It's in the backyard of the gang. Although it's not very spacious, it's surrounded by fellow disciples. Furthermore, you can still save money for renting a room, so it's quite convenient. If you need it, I'll get someone to bring you there. As if to express goodwill, the supervisor suddenly suggested, "No need. I have my own place to stay." Ziyue gave up on this condition as soon as he heard it. He had too many secrets, and there were too many eyes in the gang. It was hard to guarantee that he would be discovered. Naturally, it was not his first choice. Moreover, he had enough money. In addition to the 5,000 taels of silver he gave to his parents, he still had 4,000 taels of silver. It was enough for him to buy a spacious house in Wujiang County and still have some money left over. I really should pay more attention to my position. Otherwise, if I'm assigned to something that requires a lot of time and I don't have time to practice martial arts, it'll be difficult. But in Wujiang County, I really don't know many people. Nie Yunhao, Elder Nye? We've only met once. Would he give me face? By the way, other than me, Master has 2 other disciples. They should be able to help each other since they're from the same sect, right? Ziyue thought to himself as he silently walked out of the Scorching Sun Gang's gate. The little dog that had been hiding in the grass and watching the gate all this time rushed over and actually let out a rare whimper. It's not really an ingrate after all. When by ZUS saw this, his mood became much better. For a long time, this puppy had acted like a great master dog in front of him. In his heart, he had also thought about whether or not he should just abandon it. Now that he saw its aggrieved and scared look, he immediately understood its characteristics. It's inconvenient to keep this little dog around. Also, I'll definitely have to find a place to stay. Let's find a place to stay first. Looking at the sky, there were only a few hours left before night fell. Ziyue could only temporarily put aside the matter of finding a place to stay. He turned around and found a broker. After spending 3 hours, he finally found a place to stay. It was about 800 meters away from the scorching sun gang. It was a small manor with a quiet environment and clear air. Most importantly, this manor was on a high ground and was close to a beautiful lake, Boyle Lake. Therefore, a 3-story observation deck was specially built. From this observation deck, he could directly see the rising sun in the distance. It was very convenient for his cultivation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.